love that too, man. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Things that utilize, things like charisma, like a not often used attribute, minstrel or rogue, like sneaking, using like the bluff
yeah, it's
skill
like
or
utility.
something. Yeah,
Yeah.
utility. Yeah, I absolutely love that. It's different than just, you know, um, charging into battle like a barbarian or something.
It's
Which,
like you
nothing wrong
have
with
like
that,
either
but
the tank or the DPS or the healer, but then you have like that breed of utility has died out in recent years. And I say that because
mm,
a lot of games nowadays don't even include the utility class.
yeah, yeah.
Uh, but like when they happen and when they exist, that's kind of like the fun thing. Although, like in Lost Ark, I play a paladin, so they
Oh,
technically like they say that it's like a healer, but it's not really a healer. It's more like a well, it's preemptive. Like they cast a lot of like buffs and like bubbles.
mm.
Um, so you protect your allies in
It,
combat. Um,
I wanted to say then, would you be willing to just maybe come on my server, or maybe I can go on yours, or something, and then just
well, if
start
you're
a
that
new
early
guy?
in the process, yeah, if you're
Yeah.
that early in the process, maybe you creating a new guy would be easier.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. And I'll
Because
come
if I
over to
create,
your.
yeah, because if I create a new guy, of course, like I would be falling back down to the progress, but not
Yeah.
only that, like I would have to switch back to my main character whenever we're
Oh
not playing,
yeah.
and then we would always have that disparity going on. So I
Yeah,
feel
yeah.
like,
Because with the
um,
other people you're playing with, you have your high level ones, and then when we play together, we can, it allows that, right? To have multiple
well, I
guys,
could
right?
always like downgrade or whatnot, depending on like if you're ahead
Oh.
of me or behind me, that sort of
Oh, I
thing.
see. Oh, okay,
Um,
okay. Yeah, because
because
most
I would
likely.
be like it's easier for me to carry more like in my mind like I'm more of a one type of dude per server type of thing or
Yeah.
so it's easier for me to carry on like newbie gear with
Right,
a
right.
newbie loadout than to just start a new character from scratch and then have to manage multiple characters.
Sure,
That's
right.
the
What? Okay, so what server or realm are you on? And real quick, hey, welcome, Frenzy. I think your name was Alex, right? Thanks for joining the
oh yeah,
stream. Says, hope
you
you are
have the
well, my
chat
friend.
right now.
Yeah, yeah. I'm. You have my channel, right? The Let Us Play channel, the same as before.
I
Oh,
believe.
Lost. Stream
Trying to
Lost
find
Ark
the
to your
link.
friends. It's asking me if I want to stream Lost Ark, but I'm streaming it already. I
Oh, you're going through
mean,
YouTube. That's
I'm on
why,
my
right?
way. Yeah, I'm going through YouTube. Okay, here it's good. Okay. Yeah,
Why
thanks for
am I
joining.
not?
So I'm in. I don't know about you, but does it sometimes take a little while just to get into the game?
The
Like,
anti-cheat is a horrible.
that's why I'm wondering. I thought something's wrong with my
Yeah.
computer, or I don't know
No. It's
what's
like that.
going on.
At first, like I moved the install on an SSD just to try to
Oh
help
yeah,
it,
I'm on an
and
SSD, but it's still
it doesn't do anything.
no.
It did remove a stutter that I had experienced though, because when you're moving across the map,
Yeah,
some areas are split into two, and that transition kind of stutters. So on an SSD, it
oh
solves it.
yeah. I have
Uh,
my Steam games are all on my SSD.
that's insane because I don't have an SSD big enough for that. So it's like
Oh
the only game I can fit
wow.
on my SSD. Well, because it's like my gaming stuff right now is mainly on the. If it's not on the Switch, it's on my laptop. And my
Swi
laptop has like two
the
partitions. I have
Switch?
like the hard drive and yeah, I game a lot
Oh
on the
okay.
Switch now.
The Nintendo Switch?
Yep.
Oh wow. Okay. Oh interesting.
Yeah. I do that now. It's I don't know. Like it's not that PC gaming is bad, but I
Yeah.
found a little bit more enjoyment out of
A Switch. Amazing. Wow.
certain games like Monster Hunter, that sort of thing.
Oh yeah. Okay. Okay.
Uh,
Yeah, I still love my PC and my PC games.
Well, like you gotta understand, I come from like a Macintosh background, right? So
Oh,
for
yeah,
me,
yeah.
the Windows
Macintosh,
platform is less of
it's different
a ball and
I-
chain.
Well, I didn't start with a Mac, but I started with an Apple back in the day, Apple IIe, and then I went to IBM later. This was in the
Okay.
80s, mind you, so completely different from Mac still, but using DOS.
Yeah,
I remember that.
I had the opportunity to grow up in an environment where I had access to both.
Yeah, yeah.
But the games that I found more entertaining for me were on the Macintosh. I know a lot of people say it's like, oh, Windows is for gaming and whatnot. But it's one of those things where I gravitated more toward the Macintosh because I don't know, it's just the games that I had access to were more enjoyable.
I don't know if I ever told you, when I took, this was back in the early 2000s when I took a movie, you know, like not really movie acting, but like, I forget what it's called, but to create movies, those classes, you know, like a arts and movies thing, so we can learn to be directors and stuff like that. And,
right.
And the computers they all had were Macintosh, and I wasn't used to that. I just, you know, I'm used to IBM. So when I saw that, it was the most futuristic, they're all white, and you know the
Oh, you
lights and
had
stuff
the
like that. It's old, you know,
the
old
candy aesthetic.
Yeah, yeah. So when I saw that, I thought I was something like out of the future, like Star Trek. And when the teacher said to shut off your computer, everyone to shut off their computer, I'm pushing on the monitor, the power button on the. It's just, I'm pushing it. I'm holding it down. I'm pushing. It's not shutting off. And the kid next to me says, "Hey, just use the mouse." And it's like, oh. And then I moved the mouse over to the power. Because I've never seen like the button is big as if like to press it, and I was like embarrassed, but and everyone's looking at me. And,
yeah, those models on the computer had like a giant like speaker that was like silver, and for a lot of people that they kept pressing that speaker as a power button, and they would just break the speaker because they would keep on pressing it. It's like it's not turning on. But
it's a good thing I didn't break the monitor then. I was really pressing.
Yeah, monitor should be fine, but like if it was the speaker, then that's a different story.
It just did the thing where the crystal spread. You know, when you push it, you know, the crystals in the monitor spread. But well, in any case, what server are you on?
I shared it in chat, but it's called Danube.
Okay, hold on.
And I'm trying to see.
Danube. Like Blue Danube?
Danube,
like,
yeah, Danube.
Blue Danube, by WC. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. It's just busy, I don't know why, but I will try to enter that.
It's always busy.
Okay, I'm good. Okay, I will just recreate my bard. I heard that,
Oh, you had a bard, interesting.
I had a bard, yeah. See, the thing is, what's cool is I didn't know it branches off the subclass like that. Like, you don't see it until after you get into the game. Well, it's like, I guess it gives you a choice.
Well, in the character creation, you sort of see it.
And then you can change your mind. So I guess, but I'm just talking about this screen I'm on here right now. You don't see it. So when I created Mage, actually there is one problem with that. Because I think you create your character first, you create the looks, and then the name. So the name I had was Phaedriel. And then when I found out there's a bard class, if I would have known that, I would have named her, I would have made her look a little bit different. And I would have named her Whisperain, which I did.
Okay.
But, so that's the slight problem, unless it lets you go back and rename your character and redo the look.
Well,
so
what you can do is save a preset.
Oh, okay.
So you could technically go back to your other character, save that preset, and then I don't know actually if you can do that. Yeah, maybe, but I know that you can have presets. I just don't know if you can like extract it from an already existing character. Now that I think about it.
I'm just gonna go super quickly when I make her. I don't want to take too much time.
That's fine. I'm actually gonna try to get back to where you're gonna spawn.
Okay, so you're creating a new character too, right? That way.
I'm actually just gonna move the guy that I already have.
Oh, and he's gonna. Your new character will. Well, your old character, I guess, is gonna.
It's good. Yeah, my current character is just. I'm going to reduce his power, and I'm just going to wear equipment that is going to be more on par with yours.
I see. Okay. Hey, if you have like gear you no longer use, I'll take it.
I don't know if it works like that, because I think the loot, the way I think the loot works is that it's per, because it's instance, right? So if we both do a dungeon together and the loot falls to the ground, you have your copy of the loot, I have my copy of the loot. But I think
much like Diablo 3. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. But the difference is that I don't think that if you play, say, like in the case of like Diablo 3, right? Like you play Demon Hunter, you're expecting to use bows and crossbows. In this game, you're not gonna get like swords because you're playing a Demon Hunter. So in your case,
it's always random. Yeah, I gotcha.
Well, it's not just random, but it's specified to your class, I believe.
Oh, it's specified to my class.
So like as a paladin, I'm not gonna get a gun in my loot. Or at least in the 45 levels that I've played, I've never got a gun.
Yeah, okay. I see.
So I don't think we can trade items like that, but who knows. So we're going to try to teleport to... Actually, I have to sail to get to you, which is fine, because...
Well, I was going to say, what is this? Display outfits here? Like, where I'm at? Does it, like... Is it just sampling what it's going to look like when I change clothes, or will I start off with what I select?
It's just sampling.
It's just sampling, okay.
Yeah.
And what's emote actions? What's that? That's also just samples? It's not like...
it's just sampling. You're not locked into... The only thing that you want to lock yourself is voice. And the voice is locked, but the rest is just like sampling.
Okay.
Gives you an idea of what the class is about.
Yeah. Someone already took my name. That's fun. That's the one thing I don't like.
Yeah.
So now I have to make it like weird now, with 3 ends and now 4 ends. Okay.
I know that feeling.
Yeah, I don't like that, but you'll get the idea. Whisper Rain. Okay. Power Pass. Last time I picked that, it said I didn't have that, so I'll just launch.
Yeah, Power Pass is just like if you wanted to character boost.
I thought it's like to skip like the whole intro.
Well, I think it does both.
It does both. Oh, okay. And because this is a different server, I think, like, I don't have that option anyways. Because I think when I created my second character, I was able to skip the whole...
most likely,
section. Yeah, so I don't know if it'll let me do that here, but we'll see. I have also on my channel my first impressions of this, and a couple nights ago, or was it last night? A couple nights ago, I think, I recorded a second impression video of it, which is kind of like weird and rare, because my first impression of it, I was only attacking with the light attack, or the basic attack. I didn't know about the
abilities.
Yeah, it was weird. I'm used to those kind of buttons being like 1 through 8 or something, like Diablo, you know?
Yeah, it's a shame it changes the paces of the game when you actually use your abilities.
Yeah. And my dear friend Xenoc told me about that the reason why it felt repetitious to you was because you didn't use your powers, you know, your abilities. Here we go. Bard.
Yeah, that would do that.
Yeah, very little. Okay, class tester. All right. What do I do? Class tester. Oh, here we go. Okay. So basic attack. Get that. Okay, end test. I'm good with that. I don't need to test anything. Okay. I choose Bard. Yep. I don't know if this is actually streaming okay, because I mean, it's taking bandwidth from the Discord, from the game, and then streaming. So hopefully it's not buffering or anything like that.
Should be fine. I mean, from Discord, I don't think audio is going to be that big of a deal.
Okay.
But I don't know exactly your setup. But yeah, it looks fine. I'm not streaming audio because I would hear my own voice, but
oh right. Yeah.
your stream looks all right.
Okay, very good. You're not having to buffer anything.
You will now take your first step in the quest for the ARK. The future of Arcasia is in your hands. The light of the world must not fall to chaos.
Okay, so let's see if I can. Okay, yep. Looks like. Oh. First clear, cannot skip. That's too bad. Damn. Okay.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it is. It is.
A pillar of light. We better get moving.
Huh? Go. Where?
But for you, because this is your server,
meet
but
old friends.
if you were to create another guy,
After
you'd be able to skip.
500 years of waiting, the stars of destiny.
So when we
called
roll
to
together,
us.
and even though you reduce your power, but you're still the same level, will I get more XP and pretty much fly in levels, or will it just?
From my experience, I don't think there is such a thing as power leveling, so I can't like expedite your leveling process.
Okay. I can't believe it. I thought maybe at most you're like level 8 or 9 or something, or maybe 10, and then level 40.
I'm 45. Yeah.
40
scrubs. We're here.
It's actually, you know, it's like if you spend a good afternoon or a good evening, you can get up high pretty quickly.
How many, if I can just ask, how many hours were you playing then?
Next stop, true.
Good question.
The forgotten land.
More than like maybe 4 hours? Not maybe not per day.
Oh
but
yeah,
maybe
yeah,
certain...
more than 4 for sure.
Oh shit. Okay. Wow.
Per day, I don't know, but like in total, it's been a week. Yeah. So okay, so I managed to dock.
Okay, so you're like pretty much, because you lowered yourself, you're like pretty much at the beginning too.
home is next. So
Well,
please don't
I
get
basically
off
had to
just yet.
travel back to.
So I just docked as well.
I'm
I'm getting off the
Yep.
ship.
You docked with the cinematic. I docked with my actual ship.
Oh, okay.
That's the nuance. So from here, now that I'm in the right continent, I think I can teleport to.
The ship that you get, did you have to pay for it? Is it you have to buy it with real money, or pay it with gold, or you get it free?
Oh no, they give it to you with the story.
That's great. Oh, I
It's
can't wait for that.
you got a ways to go
Oh,
though.
wow. And your base too, the same thing. You get a free one.
It's almost like you get the base before.
Mm-hmm.
But you get them at relatively the same time.
Okay. Oh, that's okay. And like you can upgrade and stuff like that.
Yes, although at my level, it's mostly just like I can get like a recruitment, a new crew member, and that type of thing, so I can like, increase the speed. But I don't. What's the name of that area? Trying to find the starting location.
I like you.
Okay.
Oh, there it is.
Right kind of eyes for this job.
What do you mean? Yeah, I don't have to.
525 silvers.
Take too long.
Look at him.
Help me, adventurer. Can you bring me some water? Thank you. Water.
Sweet
Oh,
water.
yeah, and there's like a little secret with this guy Morpheus.
I don't remember seeing that. I might have missed that.
Oh, like a little transformation. There's a revelation with him
Pick up the pace.
in the
Get
cutscene.
moving.
Oh,
Remember
yeah, that
a
bit,
certain
yes.
crow or a hawk going on his shoulder.
Yeah.
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 I'm the captain of the Trua expedition.
So
Call me Gurkha.
While you're doing that, I am
Check
going
the map
to
as often as you can.
reallocate my skill points.
The advance party that came first said they had finished exploring the area, but there was no.
Okay. Hey, I was able to skip.
Move
that.
quickly.
Here we go.
Defend
Oh,
the
skip
camp.
prologue. Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, that's it. Okay,
this
that's
is good. Skip prologue. Yeah, here we go.
Very good
skip the
news.
prologue and start your adventure in Runa Pass. Okay. So, good, good. Okay, so let me see. How do I add you as friend on here?
If you press U once you finish loading.
Yeah, I did. So push you. Oh, here, friends. Okay. Friend request. Okay, I just type Gix.
Unfortunately, no, because I couldn't get
okay.
Gix. I'll type it in Discord. It's called
okay.
Nellos.
All right, hold on. I'll have to.
Oh, you gotta minimize? Don't.
Yeah, it's okay. No, it's okay. Oh, I see it. Okay. Okay. Okay.
I can spell it out. N-E.
No, it is done. I send a request.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at the stream in delay, so that's why.
Ah, okay. New
Yeah,
life.
I see your request.
And whispering
Yeah.
with like 3 or 4 N's. Okay, so good. Good. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Jesus, level 45.
It happens.
Okay. Yeah, it does. Do you play Fallout 76 at all?
I don't play that much in terms of games these days. In terms of variety, I don't play too much. So right now, the game that's on the menu is mainly Lost Ark.
Lost Ark. 76 is actually pretty good now. I wasn't there for the beginning, but it's actually quite fun. But you know, I'm really beginning to like this one a lot as well.
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
Yeah.
Is that really him?
He looks far too young.
Does he really?
The mood and the color palette will shift from area to area, and it kind of resets your palette a bit, so you're not like exhausted by looking at the same thing over and over again.
I see. Yeah, it's something about the look and, you know, I guess the way the quests go and the dialogue. I have to say, it does have like a, and to me it's not really a good thing, but it has like a JRPG
In that case, I best
kind
not
of feel to it.
Father
I'm more
Verde.
into, you know, like more, because when I think JRPG, I think like Wild Arms or Suikoden, you know, from the old PlayStation, where it's very, very linear. And I've been used to playing games like The Bard's Tale, you know, on my Apple IIe. And,
Yeah.
you know, and then Might and Magic and Ultima, where it's a lot more, you know,
Well, they're Western
non-linear-
RPGs,
yeah,
so
Western RPGs and
Yeah.
European and stuff. So that's why, and it just kind of reminds me of that. But other than that, I mean, I kind of brought this up in my, and maybe I have it all wrong, but this is just my impression of it. It feels like it's the Koreans' take of a Western RPG, and it's still, it has the elements of it, you know, of course, you know, all the elements of like you know, a Western RPG, but just when it comes to the certain looks of certain characters, like some of these faces when you create them can look like an anime, you know, and certain characters you meet have an anime kind of look with the
that's the Asian influence.
That's the Asian influence. So that's the thing that kind of throws me off. Those are the aspects that.
Thank you for saving
I mean, not my favorite thing,
headed to
but I
Bridewell?
mean I can get used to it. But like I said, I'd rather it have a Western feel to the gameplay, which it for the most part does. Someone said, if with someone's comment on the review, said that the dialogue is very cheap and cheesy, and his comment was that switch it to Korean original language with the English dubbed, but or with the English subtitles. But I'm not going to do that because for me it's going to feel like it's more of a like a JRPG.
I see what you mean.
Asian, so I'd rather live with the kind of like the bad dubbing. But it's okay.
I'm in the mindset of usually playing a game in its original voice.
Oh, so you're playing it anyways in Korean, huh?
Nah, I wouldn't say that for this one. Like, Lost Ark was already set up as English, so I didn't do any extra steps to switch it to Korean.
Got it. Okay.
And I thought that the voiceover was like suitable, so I didn't really bother changing it.
Yeah, not terribly bad, but I just there are moments where I detect that,
Oh yeah, for sure. But it's one of those things that I don't know if the voiceover would actually fix it, because it's a lot of the part of the culture differences between what a Western audience can find acceptable versus what an Asian audience find acceptable. So at some point you got to understand that, like, the anime aspects that you describe, they're kind of part of the course because that's how they're brought up to make their games. So sometimes just switching the language back to the original doesn't necessarily make it better. It makes it more authentic.
It does, yeah.
But it doesn't necessarily improve on it.
Like for movies, I'm okay with it, although it's not my favorite thing. If I'm watching a German film or a silent film, whatever, or silent films. But
no, silent films are kind of easy.
Yeah. But if it's like in like Japanese or a different language, I'm okay with that. But I would prefer that they have that option. So maybe the first time I could watch it English dubbed. Maybe the first couple times, so that way I can really understand everything, like the story, because I don't want to have to keep fighting over, my eyes jumping from what's going on the screen and then having to read the subtitles, you know what I mean? And then you kind of miss everything. You read and then, you really missed it. I read it, but I missed it.
I don't know. I don't have that problem. So for me, it's like whenever I watch something in Chinese or in Japanese, I'd rather just watch the original soundtrack with the original
I would switch it
voiceover.
back to the original once I seen it at least one time.
Right.
They followed me all the
There is a movie that I enjoy watching. It's called Bon Cop, Bad Cop. It's a French-Canadian movie that is recorded in both English and French.
Oh, hey.
And I say that specifically because it's not dubbed. It's the way it's recorded. So basically, if you watch it in French, it's the same movie, but the English dialogue is subtitled.
Yeah.
And if you watch it in English, it's the same movie, but the French part are subtitled.
Yeah, it's something. This kind of reminds me a little bit of. Maybe it's not exactly, and maybe I have some elements of this wrong, but. Kind of like with the Italian films, they do something kind of weird where they shoot it like Dario Argento, for example, or whoever, but they shoot it and film it.
Are you not hurt?
Like English dubbed, and then they redub it anyways in Italian, something like that, or was it they shoot it in Italian and redub it again in Italian, and then so that's why there's some parts of it where it'll be in English when you put the English dubbing on, and then for like maybe 10-20 seconds there will be a part where it was switched to switch back to Italian, and then suddenly jump back to English again.
Interesting.
For some reason, yeah. But it's like it's filmed already in, I think already filmed in Italian, and then they redub it again in Italian again, so then they can redub it in English. Something weird like that. Something very very odd and convoluted. I read about it or heard about it, like a weird way that they do it.
The pain is gone. Thank you so much.
But that's for movies, not for how they do it in games.
By the gods.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it bothers me too much with games because I'm more of a it's almost cliche to say that, but gameplay over story type of guy.
Okay.
So
that of course, yeah, that makes sense.
So if the story is slightly weaker, I kind of would rather not have story in a way. Because I feel, especially nowadays, it tends to bog down the game a lot. And I'm not saying the game like Lost Ark specifically, but I'm talking like in general.
Yeah.
Designers are so focused on telling a story that they kind of forgot to put the game in.
Yeah. Real quick.
And I
was going to say, forgive me when I was going to say, you'll have to forgive me too when I'm trying to explain things. If I'm like gaming at the same time, it's kind of like walking and talking at the same time for me. I have a hard time.
Oh, no worries.
You know what I mean? So you'll have to kind of bear with me on that. So, but yeah, I didn't mean
no
to cut you
worries.
off. Go on.
No, not a problem.
Okay.
And I don't remember what I was saying. Oh yeah, gameplay stuff. So
gameplay,
yeah. So there's a lot of games, like there was a time period where games had a lot of like quick time events, and it became kind of taboo to put them in the game. It's like people didn't like it. I don't think we're necessarily out of that just yet. A lot of story elements are still entrenching in game, where it's like it's interrupting gameplay. Like you'll notice, like even while playing Lost Ark, where like okay, we talked about this as like this is an MMO, but we'll be in group, but then you'll be like in a spot in a story where it's like your story. So I won't be able to join you in that story bit because the story apparently is more important than me being in your group.
Okay.
Right? So
yeah, right.
That type of stuff, like, so for me, as long as the game is good, then the story, if it doesn't like impede too much on my game, then it's like I can tolerate it. So even if the English dub is slightly awkward or it's a little what's the word I'm looking for? Like cliche or a little anime, like you described. Like to me, that doesn't detract me too much from it.
You're the one who saved Father Armin.
It's like I said, it's not an absolute huge deal. I kind of bring that up in my second impression video, but it's just something that's there. Like I said, some of the side quests here. It's kind of weird. Like one here at the beginning, I came across this bard, and seemingly the quest was just wanting me to do emotes in front of him, like the dance emote. So I'm dancing in front of him, and that after I did that for I don't know 10 seconds, 20 seconds, that completed the quest. So it's very JRPG like, because there are kind of quests like that for things like Wild Arms or Suikoden, back in the day, or even like Final Fantasy 8. I played very little of 7, but I actually played 8, and I completed that one with the Gunblade. If you've ever played 8, and there's Kingdom Hearts, which was like an amalgamation of
everything.
The Disney and the JRPG. It was a good game.
I'm not like it took me a long time before I got to appreciate Japanese RPGs. So for me, the whole Final Fantasy 7, 8, and so on and so forth was very frustrating, aggravating experience. But like you were mentioning,
go on.
Like you were mentioning, like the idea of
Lovely weather
like
we're having today.
doing an emote to progress the requests and stuff like that. The part that kind of annoys me with that, because the concept is great, but it's like you can't progress because you didn't do the thing that the designer specifically wanted you to do.
Yeah.
And because it's linear, you can't do anything else but that to move on, right? So there's no you might as well just automate it. Why ask me to type the emote when you can just press the button and let me do it? So there are things like that, and it's like Lost Ark does it, Final Fantasy XIV does it. It's not the end of the world, but it's like those little gripes that sometimes you say, like, but why is it like that? And you mentioned, like, oh, it's because it's like, it goes back to the idea of like a Japanese RPG, that sort of thing. But those are the type of things that I find kind of annoying. Is probably the best way to describe it. What channel are you on?
What do you mean?
Well, you're in town. I'm also in town, but we're in different like instances.
Oh, how do I go to your instance?
So basically, at the top right corner of your screen, above your minimap, there's like a little drop box that has like CH then a number. That's the channel that you're in.
Oh yeah, channel 1.
You're in channel 1. All right, I'm on 6. I'll move into 1.
Okay.
And then we'll be in the same spot. As a matter of fact, if I get you in the party, like so, we'll be able to track each other a little bit easily.
Exchange tokens. No, I don't need to do that. But yeah, so I guess for you, it sounds like you don't necessarily like the kind of the cutesy, JRPG aspects, quest aspects, but you kind of like just tolerate. And I suppose it's kind of like that with me, but I just
the structure is the structure of the quests can sometimes feel. I mean, it used to be a lot about just the dialogue. Final Fantasy VII for me was aggravating because I just couldn't tolerate the dialogue, and it wasn't like necessarily like an English thing, or it was just the idea that I couldn't relate. I couldn't relate to any of the characters.
Oh yeah.
At all, and
so way out there and just weird, airships and all this crazy shit,
No, that's fine. The fantasy aspect of like the weird city floating in balloons and stuff like that, or whatnot, that is fine. And I think actually Japan is pretty good at suspension of disbelief, where they'll set up like a world, and you get to live in it.
You're the one who saved Father
and make it like something that like inspire your imagination and stuff like that. So I'm okay with that. Where I got a problem is the idea. I'm just going to use stereotypes here. It's like you got this emo main character that like super silent, doesn't say a thing, and like there's 15 different girl characters that are all fawning over him for some reason. He's unlikable, but they love him for some reason, and there's a annoying, screechy character with an annoying voice that's always there as a sidekick. That type of trope is that like the 14-year-old girl as a ninja character archetype. That's the type of thing that kind of
that would be yuffie.
Like it's hard for I wouldn't know, but like it's not necessarily something that I would associate to Japanese RPGs. I used to at the time. But I've played other Japanese RPGs that don't really do that as much, and it doesn't bother me at all.
So, you know what, actually, like, I think you said you played Final Fantasy XIV and one other one, but it sounds like, like I said, the last one I played was like 8. 14 is like a long evolution from 8, so maybe they've changed quite a bit of things. Maybe it's not as linear as it once was. Is that true? They've kind of
which one is less linear?
The one that you played. I think you said like Final Fantasy 14 or Final Fantasy.
Well, Final Fantasy XIV is on the MMO one.
Is it MMO?
And
okay.
It's
slightly.
It's a little. It's slightly less linear, but like if you're following a story, it's going to lock you down.
Oh, of course, yeah. That's
yeah, but like I'm used to.
It's like, very much like in Witcher,
my
right?
day.
Oh yeah. Witcher kind of locks you into a like a cutscene. I feel like with that one, as great as that game is, two things I don't really like so much, although I got used to it and I live with it. But I still, again, don't get me wrong, the game is fantastic and I do love it, but I don't like how I'm forced to play as that guy, Geralt. Nothing against him, he's a cool character, he's great now, but I wish I could create my own character. I wish I could create a Felgar or sometimes a Phaedra or a Shada or something. And then the combat is kind of awkward and weird. You're locked into this kind of like a fighting force, or you're playing like one of those arcade kind of games on the PlayStation, where you're locked into a thing. You don't run. Like when you try to run, you're doing this weird backwards walking or sidestepping with your weapon still drawn. You know, he doesn't just run away. Whereas let's take unfair again, but I'm used to again. Skyrim, Oblivion, you know, or Morrowind.
I was gonna say that.
I
was gonna say, like, if you compare like that type of structure to something more open world like Skyrim and Oblivion, stuff like that, there's so much more freedom there, where you're not locked into. There is a story, and there is an order in which you do the story, but you're not like funneled into it.
Mm-hmm. And not only that, the because of the Radiant AI, even though it's still can be glitchy as hell, but you know, unofficial patches do help. Say you go through a little cutscene, I guess, or a little dialogue in Skyrim. It's not the same as a total cutscene, but you know, sometimes there's those dialogue parts, and then you get into a combat, and then say you fail and you die, you reload. That can play out significantly differently, or even very subtly differently. You know what I mean? Like maybe suddenly you cut around a corner and you duck and hide, and they didn't see you this time, and now you can do like a sneak attack and do a backstab, you know, or you decide to just instead run away, and because you know maybe you took a different path, they got blocked by a chair or something, and you actually made it out the dungeon or out the door or whatever, and they were unable to follow, you know, or you just got lucky and you managed to kill them all, you know, with your spell, you know, and you moved out of the way and he accidentally hit his own guy, you know. You don't get that in something like a Witcher, or it's either, you know, when you're in combat and it's all just kind of like button mashing a little bit, and you do your signs, whatever, and it has that cooldown. And you know, and then it goes into a cutscene and you're kind of locked into that cutscene for a while. And sometimes they have they give you like the illusion of control a little bit, where they have that quick time event of selecting you know, a choice of what you say, but the end result, it's very little different, you know, difference in the, you know, the outcome of it. I think this is actually all new to me here, but I don't know, that's, you know, like kind of my take on that.
No, it kind of mirrors a little bit of what I've been saying about the narrative taking precedence over gameplay.
The narrative, okay.
And the idea that it's because it's an RPG, you're supposed to like roleplay an adventure. I don't think that's a decent excuse for removing player agency or control over a situation, stuff like that. So
yes,
it's one of those things where certain games are more flexible than others. You just got to identify which one you kind of like. I associate Japanese RPGs with that kind of mindset where it's like you're locked in. So now I don't really gripe about it anymore. I just accept it that that's the way it is, and now I just, you know, move on with my life. But like I really enjoyed Xenoblade Chronicles.
Xenoblade Chronicles. Okay.
It's a game on Nintendo Switch, and it's very Japanese RPG.
Yeah, is it any relation to Xenogears? Because I played that one.
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. Like, there's a ton. Like sometimes titles with Japanese games, they get like
they're like the same.
It gets a little convoluted. I don't know if the Xenoblade Chronicles series are related to each other. But the one that I played, I really enjoyed, and it's it's linear. You know, it's one of those things where it's got a specific story that it wants to tell, and it's got characters. I was afraid that the characters are going to be annoying as hell to deal with, but they're not. Less so than my experiences with Final Fantasy 7 and 8. Tell you that much. But yeah, it was one of those things where now I'm less bothered by this is not a real RPG, that type of mindset. Because I used to have that mindset. Because, you know, I remember playing like the Baldur's Gate and the Neverwinter Nights and the Elder Scrolls, and for me, those are, you know, RPGs. But because they give you like just the idea that you can't create your own character in a Japanese RPG. Already from the get-go, for me, conceptually, that's not an RPG because you're not creating you're role-playing somebody else's character, and it's like, what's the point?
Right, yeah. I'd like to...
And it's a little bit of what you were saying earlier, so... Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I just... I've back in the day when I was playing... the JRPGs, because I played Wild Arms. This was in like the mid-late 90s. Wild Arms, a little bit of Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy 8, Xenogears, Suikoden. I can't remember, like a ton. And that was because I kind of I worked at Funkoland for a while, so you're kind of like when you're around those things, you know, you kind of I guess it's like what Joaquin Phoenix said to Nicolas Cage in 8mm. When you dance with the devil doesn't change you. Or you don't change the devil changes you. That kind of thing. And also, my computer was... The games were outpacing the computer that I had back in the day, so I wasn't able to play the really high-end RPGs. Very sad. So then I resorted to playing the JRPGs, and I have to admit, you know, that what kept me going, like for example with Final Fantasy 8, even though I knew I wasn't in direct control of what was going on, I was just, it seemed like it was more of going from fight to making me go to this city or whatever, talk to this person, and it plays out through a cutscene, then having to restock my like Cura and Heala, or whatever those potions that they had like weird names for it and things like that. And going on to the next point A, point B cutscene that I have no control over. I just have to watch it, and it can last like 10 minutes or something, 10, 15 minutes, and then go to another area, and along the way getting randomly attacked. You know, those random encounters.
Yeah, the random encounters.
Yeah, it goes into a separate thing, and sometimes you get into 15, 20 fights, and then you finally get to the next destination. It goes through another 20-minute cutscene. But it kept me involved because the story was, I kind of got involved with the story, you know, with I can't remember his name anymore, but it wasn't Cloud, but this was from Final Fantasy 8. Squall Leonhardt, god damn it. And then the villain, Serene, I can't remember his name, but I think it began with like an S, Serene or something. He was like his arch enemy and everything, and the side characters, very cool. It gave me kind of like... brought me back to that kind of feeling, although I felt like I still had a bit more, for some reason, quite a bit more control, I guess, when playing Mass Effect 1, Mass Effect 2, Mass Effect 3, if you've ever played those. It goes through those
I remember playing 2,
cutscenes.
yeah.
But you know what I mean? How it has almost like that JRPG format, but you had more control over how you built your guy, you know, when you pick your class, you know, instead of having to play as Cloud or having to play as Squall Leonhardt, and you're just the guy with the gunblade. You don't have like a barbarian, you don't have a mage. You kind of pick up those kind of archetypes along the way. But in here, it's kind of cool. You can pick Vanguard, you can pick Soldier, you can pick Adept, you know what I mean? And then you put your points where you want, and you can structure them differently. And then you have all your gear, your equipment. This was more so with 1, and 2 they streamlined the gear, where it was just, I think, one big set of armor, if memory serves, and the other one, it was like every little thing, like the pauldrons, the greaves, the shirt, the helmet, all that stuff. But it's almost like it was for me, a nice compromise between JRPG and Western RPG. Well, it was BioWare, I believe, the Mass Effect.
Dragon Age?
Not Dragon Age. Mass Effect, or maybe Mass Effect was not BioWare. I don't remember them. Who did?
Mass Effect was BioWare.
It is BioWare. Okay.
Yeah. It's all BioWare.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. It felt like it's a nice compromise between like the storytelling of Mass Effect, but a bit more of the freedom that you got in a Western RPG. But BioWare is kind of like I don't know exactly if they're American or European, but to me, European and Western RPGs, because isn't Larian, they're like some European country, and they do like Baldur's Gate 3, but that's completely like to me like a hardcore RPG, because everything is all, well, if you played like Divinity, right? Divinity 1, Divinity 2, it's pretty much like that. But yeah, to me, like a Western RPG and the way the Europeans make the RPGs is very much the same. Whereas like the JRPGs have more of the story, where you have a lot less control and more watching. And sure, yeah, you are playing, but it's those random encounters. That's what you're playing. And after the 50th time of getting into a random encounter, and doing the same patterns, where you select your choices: cure, fire, cure, whatever, heal, and then attack with the AoE, and then you hit. Do you accept those moves or whatever, however it would ask you, like, or redo? You click yes, and then it goes through the whole battle cutscene of you doing what you selected, and then you do it again and again. I remember that last fight in Final Fantasy VIII. That thing took like nearly an hour just for that fight. And like,
is that a good thing?
I don't know. I kind of like look back on it now and I say no. I did record that. I recorded it on VHS. It was back in the day, but it was a very repetitious fight, and I didn't win on the first or second, even the third try.
Yeah, it's not designed to do that. Yeah.
So technically, it took like 3 hours, three and a half hours to get through that final fight. But then I did it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how the JRPG games have evolved since then, since those times in the 90s with that kind of format. If this is any indication of it, I don't know. Then maybe this is a step in the right direction.
I don't know if any genre within the RPG umbrella has ever evolved. I like to think that, and I probably mentioned that a long time ago, but like the concept that the idea, the nugget, right, the core idea of creating a computer game that it's based off of the Dungeons and Dragons like tabletop experience, right?
Oh, I love it.
So you have this idea that, okay, game designers now want to recreate that experience, but they'll do it at different ways. So you'll have, say, let's assume that, okay, well, the Japanese, the way they focused on their Dungeons and Dragons experience is the story and the interaction of the characters in the party. Because when you're playing tabletop, a good portion of your time is just you talking with your buddies, at the table and trying
sometimes
to
goofing off,
role play and goofing off and stuff like that. So I would say that the Japanese kind of focus more on that aspect of the party dynamic. Whereas then you have the narration, right, of the dungeon master coming through, and you get the idea of like that's the genesis of adventure games. So if you're thinking about King Quest, you're thinking about any of the games from Telltale.
Yes, yeah, right, like that Back to the Future and all that, yeah.
The Back to the Future, the Batman stuff, and those are adventure games, and they're all based on the idea that you're being narrated a story or a moment in time. That's why you have an icon with an eyeball, and you click on it, and then you can click on the ground. It's like, this is a sheet of paper, right? So you're being narrated that part. And then you got the other aspect of leveling up, killing monsters, getting gold, getting new items, and that's basically where the Western demographic fell into.
Yeah, right.
So you got all of these little branches of here's the core idea of an RPG, but instead of recreating it verbatim, we have everyone had their own ideas on how to recreate that because they each had their own idea of what was special about it.
Yes,
And I don't remember.
Yes.
I don't know if you remember the quote that Todd Howard said about like Oblivion at one point. It was like, "Oh, an RPG is just about killing monsters and getting loot," and it was almost blasphemous the way he said it. But you know, inherently, that's what you do in an Elder Scrolls.
Sure. Yeah, I don't necessarily remember that quote. The quote I remember is, "It just works," and that's more of a recent one, but that's the one that stuck with me, and everyone makes fun of him for that, but. To me, that's a good quote. It does just work, and my brother and I use it. You know, when we joke around and just say, you know, if we're talking about something, even not gaming, you know, just like getting the stove to work, or not getting the stove to work. I don't know why I said that, but just the instruction for cooking, like maybe a certain kind of microwavable food, and then we put it in. You know, it's a little unique how you do it, and then. Yeah, it just works. You know, we just joke, we joke around like that.
Right.
People make fun of him for that because I think it was during the Fallout 76 days, I think it was, when that was still new a few years ago. And then how he mentioned how it just works, the game, but there was no...
Half-broken, yeah.
Half-broken kind of thing, and it just works, and people make fun of him. But, okay, but look, it's not like the old days, you know, people where... When you released a game back in the day, there's no connection to the internet like what we have now. So if it's a failed launch, and Adam Sessler said it best, and I'm basically going to kind of reiterate what he said. He worded it perfectly. I have a hard time wording things sometimes, but he said something like a bad launch doesn't necessitate a bad game nowadays. You know, whereas before you release Daggerfall and you're pretty much screwed. You know, you'll be hard pressed to try to get some kind of patch, you know, through a floppy. So if your game launches bad and filled with bugs, then it's gonna be a pretty much failed game. But nowadays, like take Fallout 76 for example, bad launch, no NPCs. It was just the players, and people didn't like that, and I could see why. I mean, it would kind of suck. I wasn't there for that. But now look, now suddenly, because I think, year and a half ago, there's that Appalachian expansion, and it brought out NPCs. So now, look what we have. Look what Fallout 76 has evolved to, you know. Same goes for any other Elder Scrolls game. Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, and then take it a step further with the mods, in the Nexus mods, where now the community... in addition to the patches that Bethesda and whatever company put out to patch up the game, they missed things. I don't know why. Maybe they got lazy, or maybe they're just done. Whatever. The community can fix it even further, patch it up even further. Just like with, I think it was Morrowind, because I'm currently streaming that one, and I downloaded the unofficial patch, and I looked at the posts, and they said Bethesda sure fixed maybe a few dozen or several dozen of the bugs in Morrowind, but the community fixed a few hundred. You see, so in addition to the bugs that Bethesda fixed, combined with what the community fixed, that's a lot of bugs that they worked out. So that's yeah.
There's a lot to unpack here, but the thing is, when you're making a product, right, and you're developing a game, like especially like a game that takes like 4 years to development, you, successful or not, you can only do so much in terms of patching the game so that on release day, version 1.0 is working as intended without crashes, and that everybody can enjoy it. But there's also post-launch so much that you can do before it. You might as well just work on another project. So you can't like.
But sometimes you dedicate a department,
like a legacy team. But even then, it's like it's one of those things where how many employees are you going to dedicate to just work on patches on a game that's probably like 5 years old, for example, right? So 5 years is probably exaggerating, but like. Usually what you want to do is you release a game, hopefully it's working, and patch it a few times for the big mistakes, and then you just kind of let it go. And if players want to mod it and stuff like that, in the case of the Elder Scrolls and stuff like that, yes.
Yeah.
Games as large as the Elder Scrolls, to expect them to be perfect is kind of, especially with the type of diverse hardware that we have, it's kind of unreasonable. But at the end of the day, you can't expect the developers, like, of course, over time, the community is going to do better than the developer because the developer moved on years ago.
Yes, there it is. Yes, that's what I was
so
trying to say.
it's not a
fans that stick with
malice and stuff like that. But yeah, but when it comes to a live service, like Fallout 76 and stuff like that, I think they dropped the ball a lot, and they should have. I think they were too optimistic about their earnings with that one. And because, of course, their reputation and stuff like that is on the line, they had to roll up their sleeves and fix it.
Yeah, I get that too.
The damage is done, right? People can forgive. And you can argue right now, like I wouldn't know because I never played it in any state, but you could say, oh, Fallout 76 now is amazing, and that's great. You know, No Man's Sky is amazing now apparently.
Yeah, that
I wouldn't know.
Yep. Yeah.
But the damage is done in the sense, like, for Hello Games, in the case of No Man's Sky, I'm not necessarily going to look into their next project, unless like they have to like go above and beyond to sell the idea that they can do it because they failed on the first attempt. I'm not saying like, oh, that company's blacklisted and never play No Man's Sky. You know, Bethesda blacklisted, don't ever play Fallout 76. I'm just saying that
some people like that though.
Some people are like that, and it's fair. And I mean, to be completely honest with you, we have so many games that are fighting for our attention that sometimes being lenient is like, why would I be lenient and deal with all the bugs when I can just play the other game that's also, you know, begging for my attention? That might work even better, right? Cyberpunk, what was it, 2070 or 77?
Yeah. I have that.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, I haven't even finished Skyrim yet. So why would I bother with a buggy game when I can just play Skyrim?
Yeah.
And maybe finish it on one day. That sort of thing.
I think for me, I'm a lot more forgiving with that. I give an example. I have Baldur's Gate 3. I got that early access, and when that first came out, that was like a lot of bugs, you know, pretty bad, really bad. And I still did a first impression video of it, and I was okay with it. I understood all that. Unlike a lot of folks you see in the comments, you know, when people let's play it, and the review, they rip the game to shit. They're very mad.
Yeah.
And okay, that's fine, but I don't get like that because I understand that, you know, I can move on to another game and play that for a little while, and then come back to Baldur's Gate 3 when they patch it up even further. And I like to see the progress, you know, step by step. I wasn't there for something like Fallout 76, and maybe I wouldn't have liked it either. Like, oh, this kind of sucks, but I'm not gonna be like, I've seen some live streams of people and videos of people where they're very mad, you know, you see that. And you know, they would complain, oh, there's no NPCs, it's just me and an empty world, and I guess the only people that we can play with are the people that come on and play. And this is in 76. For me, I would have saw that too, and then I would have just got like, oh, that's too bad. Hopefully one day they're gonna add some NPCs. A year and a half later, they did, and okay. See, there was no need to get super
that's
mad
great,
like those people.
but
I'm not.
But
so
sometimes,
like
sometimes the squeaky wheel gets the oil. You know that expression? If everybody would, you do not. Okay, so basically on a door, right? You got hinges, and if you open a door and it screeches, but if it doesn't make, and when it screeches, it's because it's like running out of oil, or it's like it needs lubricant, so you lubricate the hinge. But the hinge that doesn't make noises won't get lubricant. So the idea here, like it's explaining the concept that things will only change if there's enough noise to push that change to happen.
Oh, yeah,
So otherwise,
that.
like they would still sell like the season passes and stuff like that. Everything's fine, and we'll keep like a problem that I had with a lot of games back in the early 2000s. Hellgate London is one of my favorites of disasters. Favorites as in I loved it, but it was still ended up being a disaster. Is that they made a game, they charged for it. It was supposed to be like a hybrid MMO game, and because of that, they were pushed to create new content for it without fixing the old stuff.
Oh.
So progressively, the new stuff became more progressively broken, and it's like one of those things where, like, what are we supposed to do if we weren't complaining about it? You know. Well, actually, they didn't do jack, but the idea is that you complain so that they understand how bad it can be in certain cases, so that they can go and fix it.
Yeah,
same thing, like And I want to go back to your example of Baldur's Gate 3. The biggest difference there is that
it's early access.
It's early access. Now, there's some people that, because they paid $80, that regardless if it's early access or not, it's technically released, so I'm expecting a good product.
Oh, I didn't expect that.
Those type of that mindset, it's like, I'm typically against the whole early access thing, because it kind of dissipates any type of responsibility out of the developers for the most part. Now, I'm not saying all developers are like that. I know some developers. Right. But it's one of those things where it opens up a unnecessary can of worms where it's like, why don't you just release the game? I mean, for them, they're independent. They might need more funding beforehand, but they had successes before. They could have used that money too. And they have Wizard of the Coast for Baldur's Gate.
Oh, yeah.
They have the funding, right? So the whole early access thing was more like to keep, I guess,
the fans,
the hype of it, I guess. But yeah, it's one of those things where if it wasn't, like, imagine if you played a game, it was early access and it was buggy. You say, okay, it's early access, but imagine if it was released and it was still as buggy.
Oh, I've played games like that too.
Right.
And it's
so
not early access, but I'm okay still.
Right,
again,
but like,
it's just me maybe. But
would you be angry? Because the idea there would be, well, they could always fix it 10 years later, but that's not the point.
I'd be a little sad, but I wouldn't, like, even when you see my first impressions, but I'm not, like, super mad, like I'm gonna break my keyboard or anything like that.
Oh,
I would say, I wish this, but hopefully one day they'll fix it. Okay, my first impressions of this is, I wish this, but I do kind of recommend it if you're into, I'll be like that, Again, maybe it's just me.
Maybe because I'm more entrenched of the whole development process. Not to say that I necessarily know more than other people in the business, but it's one of those things where, look, I'm looking at like how games are made, and it's like we're playing Lost Ark right now, technically.
Yeah.
And
I don't know where you are, but I'm just standing.
I'm right next to you. I'm standing right next to you.
Oh, that's you.
Yeah, that's me right there.
Oh shit. Okay. Milos. Okay. I didn't even notice that.
I've been following you for quite a while.
Oh Jesus! And is that your pet rabbit then?
Oh, that might have been. I turned that off. So, yeah, I think you get a pet at some point. You can deactivate it, so it's still mechanically there because it acts as a vacuum, but it's one of those things where I turn it off because I don't like having little critters following me around. But
I like that stuff.
Like the whole idea of the way that they optimize the game. So you could say, the game it looks perfectly, it looks great. The frame rate is awesome and stuff like that. And it's because, it got released, in 2015 in Korea?
Yeah.
But it goes more than just say, it's an older game, therefore it runs well. They actually do a lot of cool optimization that no one seems to be doing these days.
Oh, really?
The way that you're like, I don't know if you zoom out. I don't know. Oh, like I can't see really.
I
see
wanted
where
to bring out about the zoom. I wish that. Okay, do you see when you zoom completely out, and when you zoom just one step closer, and then again? I wish. I think it's more apparent when you are off of the horse, but when you get off the horse and then you zoom in, and then you zoom in again. I wish, if you're looking at the screen on my stream, I wish there's it would zoom in like the closeness in between this distance and this distance. I feel
there's
like
there's a huge delay,
here,
so I can't really see that.
Okay, it'll eventually come to that, but from here, and then it's very large gap. You know, from very jarring from here to the next step to zoom in.
Right.
I wish there's a step from here to here, but between here and here. That to me would be perfect. So I'm hoping one day they'll do that.
I just want to highlight
too far and it's too close.
I just want to highlight an example of optimization here that you probably wouldn't have noticed, but we're right next to an area that is shrouded in shadows, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's some shadows. Yeah.
Now you've noticed that if you move into the shadow, your character darkens. But you'll notice that it doesn't darken based off of
Watch out for the grave robbers.
light that is being cast on the surface of like the environment. It's coded in with an area that says if you're in this area, go dark.
Where are you from, adventurer?
Right. Oh yeah. Well, you're a game designer. So
Right.
You,
so
you really know this
I
stuff.
can spot that. So it's like it's one of those things where it saves so much energy on the GPU and the computer to render this stuff that it makes it so that you can actually get more detail in your game without like making it look ugly, I guess, or without losing your frame rates.
Yeah.
Like there's a new Pokemon game that came out and that just frustrates me because it looks horrible. Like gameplay could be amazing, I don't know, but visually speaking, it's like a horrid mess. And it's like, oh, it's because they couldn't optimize it. And it's like, come on, they couldn't optimize it. They just don't know how.
Wow.
And to me, that's insulting because it's insulting because they're like paid employees and they're doing it for a living, and independent developers like myself or other people, they know how to do better. And like I'm not stroking my own ego. It's just one of those things. Like I know other people than myself that know how to do this better.
I see. Okay.
And you just need consultants or something, or a programmer, or maybe like more than half a year to do a project. You know, that type of thing. So
yeah.
There's a lot of things that make it into a project can be dodgy or a bad project or a good game, and it's one of those things where when you look at like quality, and I'm looking at Lost Ark, and this is quality optimization, this is quality game design. There are things that I kind of go, okay, voice acting, let's say for example, or the story is kind of linear, sure, fine, but the rest of it from a developer like making the game standpoint, this is basically flawless.
I do have to comment on one thing is I'm really noticing, especially when I'm like up close, the horse animation is pretty good. It looks pretty good to me, at least. You know, with the one thing though, you'll notice with the hair, the mane of the horse, it's kind of bushy up like a JRPG, like it would be.
Yeah, it's got like the mohawk going.
It's got the mohawk, and that's JRPG for you. You know what I mean? Kind of thing. It's okay. You know, like I said, I notice these things. I have those complaints with the JRPG thing, but it doesn't stop me from playing it. You know what I mean? I still like it, but I'm not blind to it. I see it, and I do wish that maybe it wasn't there, or you know, or some of it was even more toned down, or just, of course, you know, things that are in my control. Don't pick the face that looks like really anime. But then you come across some NPCs that look.
Your camera is so far out that it doesn't really matter for this type of game. To me, it's like, yeah, it's fine.
I suppose. But that's why I say I wish there's like an from zooming in here to here. I wish there was an in between.
Right.
Instead of coming too close, then it would be perfect. I feel.
May the gods.
By the way, I'm following you, so if you have a quest or something, kill stuff, go right ahead.
Let's do it. Oh, okay. So it has 1 because you're in the team. Okay. The legends and fairy tales. Look for Bard Sierra at a small plaza. So, hold on here. Again, you kind of have to bear with me because
no, don't worry.
It's kind of weird. Okay, I guess that's what the 1 is. It is, I think, the 1.
Well, there's multiple ones. Basically, the idea is like in your map, the 1 will highlight the number on the quest in your list. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Kind of, because I saw it's 1 there on my quest and then 1 on the map.
How can I help?
Yeah, it'll also match the color of the quest. So right now your quest is orange.
Yeah.
So your 1 is going to be orange.
Right. Okay. So I just spoke to her, and is there a? Can I pull up a history of what was said of the dialogue? Is there a way to do that?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Okay, that's
Hi
okay.
there.
So let me. Okay.
What can I do for you?
Okay.
The tablet about the ARK?
Yes, I'm looking for that tablet. I didn't know such a thing existed, but the song I just played is related to the ARK. Oh, fellow bard, hey. As a matter of fact. It's called the Song of Escape. And it has the ability to help its performer escape from danger. You know, I guess this might be kind of different for you too, because your class is different. Seems like this is like a bardic thing, like a bard.
No, actually, the whole playing songs is part of the story. So every character has
so you
it.
did this too? Okay.
Yeah, I think the difference is that because our classes are different, the instrument that we play is different.
Wait, you play an instrument as well?
Well, for the type of stuff that this mechanic that she's explaining to you, basically, if you want to call it a spell or an ability, she's giving you a way to get out of dungeons after you've done them.
Oh, okay, I see. Oh, and just like she gave it to you too, but you're probably playing a different instrument, not a harp.
Exactly.
But you cannot do what I can do, like when I'm damaging with the.
Yeah, the whole idea of like dealing damage and stuff like it. You do you have your own stuff.
Yeah.
I have my own stuff. But in terms of like the story, when it teaches you like songs, everybody has those songs.
Oh, okay, okay.
I have a few.
Right?
Like I have a song that gives me, like, we were talking about the stronghold earlier.
Yeah.
I have a song that does that, like teleports me to the stronghold. I have a song that teleports me to, that gets me out of the dungeon, which is the one that you're learning right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Stuff like that.
And use a song of escape. Okay. Sheet. Is that?
It's fitting that you're a bard and you're learning from another bard.
Yeah, really.
For me, it was a little jarring, but
right.
It is what it is.
Oh, Song of Escape. Here it is. So I click it. Okay.
The stonemasons of Log Hill might be able to help.
Stonemasons, really? Okay. The tablet? Oh, yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, stonemasons.
So you earn, new spells are basically items that you have to like right click to consume. So it's the icon on your right. That's like no, you went too far.
Oh.
It's that blue teal icon next to the potion. That's your song.
I'm way past that now. Kind of.
Oh, okay.
I'm at the part where
I'm looking at your stream and it's delayed. That's why. Okay, got it.
Yeah. Okay, so now I'm out of that. Okay, I got a swiftness robe bound. So this is an item I can wear, I take it? Let's see. But it says I have 3 of them? There's a 3. Oh, yeah, maybe, okay. Move speed 40% for 12 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. It says it's rare, untradeable. Looks like I have ×3 of that, so it's not an item that I wear. So I will save that. Ask Longhill Stonemason Asgul about the ARK. Okay. Let's go ahead and do that. Oh, here we are. Oh, looks like there's maybe a like a side quest. There's an exclamation point over here. So let's go see what this is.
They're side quests,
First wagon breaks down some.
which are worth doing. Experience. You're not going to get much experience by killing stuff, which is really weird, because you would think that you would level up by killing monsters, but
sure, yeah,
you get like maybe 3 to 4 points of experience per kill, even at level 45.
So you're almost better off just.
But quests will give you like 15,000, you know, that sort of thing.
Well,
so
that's kind of weird. I would think
the way you progress is you move through the story.
I think I see how you got pretty fast and high in levels so fast because of that, right? You just probably blew through it.
Well, there's nothing to blow through it. It's basically you just go through it,
but just kind of go through it, I should say, yeah.
Yeah, you go with the flow, and there are some quests that are like dynamic into the world. Those give you a lot of experience.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's...
I could see, because with here, when you're just talking and going through the story, you can't necessarily die. Whereas if you're grinding through fighting, sometimes you can just die, and then you have to reload, or it takes time to maybe repair your weapons and stuff like that, and that takes away time from, like, I guess take Diablo for example, right? Diablo 2. Whereas here, you know, you just go through the story, and since you're not having to worry about death so much, you're getting experience no matter what, you know, at like almost a consistent rate.
There will be story components that will happen in combat.
Oh,
Okay.
The
different, and it's actually very like a cool spectacle. There are some things here that blew my mind. Like in terms of camera work and all that stuff, it's awesome.
Wow.
However, in terms of like the risks of the like being set back or damaging equipment and stuff like that, you're not really going to get that outside of dungeons.
Yeah, right. But the gear can wear down, right?
Yes, it took me a while to... Like, I learned that the hard way, but it took me maybe a day or two where I wasn't getting upgrades, so I was still using my older equipment, and I had a notice saying, hey, this is now yellow. And it's like, oh, okay. You know, like the whole equipment doll on Diablo, when your equipment gets, like, progressively broken. Like, it takes a lot of time before it starts to break down. At least at my level. Maybe in endgame, maybe at level like 70 or whatever, like you get one shot and then your entire gear explodes. I don't know, but for now, it degrades over time, and you're more likely to find upgrades faster than you're gonna need to repair.
Oh wow! Okay, yeah. And when you upgrade,
Watch out for the grave robbers.
I'm not sure. It kind of resets the durability, right?
Well, it's like, if you take an item and upgrade it, probably, yes. I haven't even been to that point yet in the game. The game hasn't told me how to upgrade.
Jesus, okay.
Because the way I understand it, upgrading is an endgame thing. So it's one of those things where you get like a super high level item that you need for a dungeon, but that item needs to be like a level 2 or level 3 in order for you to progress to another dungeon or something like that. So you want to upgrade it and use materials for it. I'm trying to find where you are, and I made a mistake. So you're loading. You're in Log Hill.
Yeah, I went to Log Hill.
Okay.
I'm just kind of looking at my skills, and I think I want to make sure this is the right one. Oh, did I get off my horse? Okay, yeah, this is the one. Okay, very good. Okay, so R casting, I like that. This is a pretty good one. I don't mind the casting time or casting duration. And I can even speed up the casting duration a little bit. Save it, and then this is kind of like what I did before.
I mean, you can always go back. It's like nothing's permanent here. You can switch your skills at any time.
Or it can respect, huh? Like without any kind of... Okay. Right.
You can do it. So I think it's like so long as you're not in combat, you can do it.
Missing piece of the tablet in
Okay,
the
I didn't know
cathedral.
that.
I don't know where it is either. Why do you need it?
Press
So,
T2. Whoa, went too fast. Okay. Visit the training room. You can learn various combat techniques in the training room. Click to close. Okay.
If you're talking about the missing piece of the tablet in the cathedral, I don't know where it is either. Why do you need it?
Well, I need it because I was told to seek it out, but I don't want to go in too much detail. The less you know, the better. Yeah, the ARK, like I said. The ARK, I thought the whole thing was just made up by bards. No, it wasn't. I don't know about the stone tablet, but I have something similar. Check out the useless rock over there. It's only good for taking up space. Okay, I shall check it out. I doubt this can help, but maybe you should talk to guard on. He was there when it happened, so he might know something. Okay. Okay, so the stone. Useless stone. Oh, okay. Oh, these things to fight? Oh, look, I can fight these things. Let's do it. For the XP, right? Even though I know you said it's like a little, but...
It's very minimal.
Okay.
But I mean, it like, get a hang of it, right? So you fight, you practice.
That's great. Okay.
Killing them with music.
Yes, I love the Bard class ever since the Bard's Tale, and I'm talking about the 1980s Bard's Tale.
The original, yeah.
The original.
A horde of demons invaded the mortal world.
And I'm playing a Bard class in Skyrim through a mod, and it works beautifully.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, how do you do that in Skyrim? But yeah, okay. If it's a mod, then I guess
it's beautiful. I mean, I pick up my instrument, I'm playing my thing, my lute or drum or flute, and I'm doing what bards do. Buffing and causing damage, yeah.
Lately, for me, it's Monster Hunter, so I use a hunting horn, and it's basically a giant
like
trumpet. Yeah.
Very cool. Oh, I love it.
Shooting them with notes?
Yeah, I love it. Oh, God, this is fantastic. Freaking great. Okay, I'm having too much fun.
It only gets better from here.
Woo! Okay, great. Oh, okay, so right over here. There we go. I don't know if I went to the stone like what you said, but... Oh yeah, I remember getting that stick.
Yeah, if you press tab, you'll see like a Diablo-esque minimap in front of you, and you can see most of the area.
Yeah, I was pushing M, but I think that was different. So let me open it.
Yeah, the M is mostly for like the world stuff, so if you want to travel.
Yeah, no, this is... Okay, this is really good. Oh. Check the second relief carving and log it. I didn't do that. Okay. Whoops.
No worries.
Okay, here we are. Sure. All right, here we go.
Yes, and I think there's another one.
Even the gods want
Oh, hey, my good friend Fomborn is here.
and so the desperate
man, I
races
love the
of
Hellgate
mortal
London,
world
even
began
to
a
this
search
day.
for the Ark.
check out London 2038. Glad to see you online. How are you liking Lost Ark? To be quite honest, I really like it a lot. You know, the things, if you probably heard us talking about it a little bit, but I don't know how long you've been here, but you know, some of the anime stuff, you know, I could kind of do without, but you know, I live with it, and it's okay, and it's not very dominating everything in you know, the rest of the game, so it's perfectly fine. And Foamborn, there's a couple of people I would like to. Well, you already know Dagon. I think you came from Dagon. He sent you over to my channel, but are you familiar with Gix G17? Even though he doesn't really put anything out right now.
Yeah,
you know, maybe still show. Oh shit! Maybe show him
an
some
old
support.
man.
Huh? Old
I was
man?
gonna say I'm an old man at this point.
Old man. Oh no. But
You want to pick up this little thing right here?
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, okay.
A little secret.
Oh yeah, thanks for that. But if you head over to channel Gix G17, you know, show him much love and support. Not that he needs it. He has like, what, 14K subscribers? But still, just to kind of show your support to a very cool guy. So, you know.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, absolutely. I've known you for, what, since the old layout of YouTube, when they didn't do the
back
banner
in 2009.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. You remember how they used to do the layout of the YouTube? You can pick your background and it covers the whole picture or the whole screen.
Back when I was able to use it, because nowadays YouTube is for me is unwieldy. I can hardly ever like track my comments and being able to respond correctly. It's a mess. But it's like I'm an old man at this point, so it's like get off my lawn, the new tech. But yeah, it's one of those things. And I did try Hellgate London 2038, and it runs great.
This game is how old again?
London is it's a 2003 game, I believe.
Whoa, so it must be pretty affordable now, or maybe. Wait,
well, it's because it's not being sold. Yeah, Hellgate London is like out of commission.
Didn't they make some kind of like remake or like a remaster of that? I could have sworn I heard it
multiple times. Yeah.
Okay. That's like very familiar.
It's a very guilty pleasure type of game where it's like we know it's bad, but there's some good stuff in it.
It's available
and
on Steam?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think you can buy it on Steam.
Okay, but no, do go on though. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry about that.
No worries.
You're saying about it's a guilty pleasure, or?
Oh yeah, it's one of those things where like the community is trying really hard to like keep it afloat and keep it working. I think even the publisher is trying somehow, but it's one of those things where its age is showing, and it wasn't perfect from the get-go either. But it's still a game that I have fond memories of.
Much like how you said the community is keeping it afloat. There's I can't remember. I think it's called like League of Heroes. Not maybe League of. It's called like something Heroes. It's a superhero game, MMO. And
City of Heroes?
City of Heroes, yeah. I don't know if it's still the case now, but last I saw and played, the community was the one that kept it afloat. It went away for a while, and it came back. I wasn't there for the game when it was new, when it was officially under whoever created it, who developed it. But then when the community took over, that's when I got involved with the game. I love it. It's great. Being at so much variation.
Yeah, I like the flexibility of it.
Yeah, so you're a fellow player of that game too, eh?
I used to play, but the thing is that I got... When I realized that it was basically just a game where you go from closet to closet, or door to door, it kind of bothered me. But other than that, like the idea of having your own, like, for me it was super villains because I had City of Villains.
Oh, City of Villains. Okay, okay.
Which is basically the same game, but like you play as a villain instead of a hero, but you were playing in the same space as the heroes. So sometimes you would have PvP where you would fight the heroes and stuff like that.
Yeah. Oh, very cool. Very cool.
So I had a cybernetic zombie mastermind.
Oh, hey. I forgot her name. Her name was something Glam. I think it was like Wonder Glam, and it was a female superhero. She could fly, all that. A blonde. She could shoot like a laser blast thing from her hands.
Right.
I can't remember exactly her name. It was something Glam. I think it was like Wonder Glam. But I don't know if how well the community's been keeping up with that game or supporting it. Hopefully they're still doing well.
I don't know, it's a very old game at this point, so it's hard to say, because even old games sometimes get like a lot of support, so...
The guy had to create his own servers and everything. I don't even know where I'm going. I'm sort of just mindlessly attacking things and just kind of going wherever. Okay, check the third relief carving in Log Hill. Shit, I think I'm like... Oh, Jesus. Okay, let's go back. No, shit. I didn't do that. Oh, yeah, okay. Much better, yeah. You want to know a mod I just downloaded for Skyrim? I can't remember now exactly the name, but it's... I think it's like called Gypsy Carriage. No, I don't think it was even that. It's basically what the mod is. It's a I'm getting confused looking at the overlay map and then the mini map. It's also confusing for me, but it makes
normally I just press tab to get a glimpse of it and then I turn it off again. Okay.
Again, when walking and trying to talk, I can't do both, but you can tell when that happens if I'm not completely focused, but sorry about that again. But okay, the mod, it allows carriage, but not really a carriage. What do you call it? It's a wagon, but it's a mobile home wagon, and your horse pulls the wagon. You ride on your horse and you're pulling it, and when you get off your horse, you can choose to untether the horse onto the wagon, so you can just go on your horse, horseback, and leave your mobile carriage home somewhere, and then go off on your horse like normally in Skyrim, or tether it onto the the front of the wagon and ride it and pull it, and you can go in the back and you actually go into it. It goes to a little load screen, and it's a little mini house with the amenities in there. The bed, the alchemy station, the all that stuff. The enchanting station, the cooking pot, the stove, oven to cook, bake stuff like the
I would just store all
really
my crap
cool.
in. Yeah.
Yeah. You have containers, like a shit ton of containers in there. You have a shrine to Talos, and there's like some meats and fish and shit hanging up on the ceiling, so you can click it, and it just, I believe, responds over time. I don't know. I just got it, but I was testing it out, and I'll do a showcase of it. But I absolutely love this thing. Instead of you going back to your home goes wherever you go. You know what I mean? Yeah. And it's just freaking amazing, and it's something that the vanilla game didn't have. So these mod authors are amazing. The shit they do is, oh, my hat's off to them. This is, I have something similar like that in Fallout 4, not 76, but 4. There's a mod. It's called Luxo Home.
There you are.
And it's a vault-style mobile home being pulled by a tank.
Investigating the stone ruins?
Yeah,
okay, that's
cool.
not ridiculous at all, but sure.
It's very cool, trust me. Something about a tiny mobile
Long
home
ago,
appeals to me.
The Sidereals used the great power of the ARK to defeat the demons. That same darkness has come to the mortal world
I
again.
don't see that. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. A spam comment.
This is why I have been traveling the world in search of the Ark.
No, I saw it only once. I think you're just
Everyone tells
rereading
me
it.
The Ark is just a legend.
No. There's another one down
that
there
stone
in
tablet
like a foreign language.
is
The
the
name
key to finding it.
and it says VUM.today.
I'm glad
It's
to
some
find
kind of
Oh,
link
okay.
or
else who
something.
believes
That's a
the Ark is
spam
real.
thing.
Oh, okay.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I must continue.
Does
my
that not
search.
show up for you? The spam one underneath the. phone
Yeah,
number?
I see it. I just didn't. I thought you could read it and understand it.
No. Yeah, that's a spam thing. Everyone seems to be getting that kind of stuff. Also, I hate to sound like I'm begging and stuff, but you are subscribed to my channel already? To my Let Us Play?
I am not. The only reason, and I think I explained that to you before, but just to reiterate, and this is something that I have to. I feel like the bad guy, but it's just one of those things where, if I subscribe to someone, and someone else is like, oh well, you should subscribe to me too, and it never ends.
It never ends. Yeah. I got you. Because I was gonna ask if not just me, but there's like a few people. There's Xenoc, there's Dagon. Oh, and there's Slipcover King. You know, some of the people from my guild that have channels. I was gonna ask if you could subscribe to all them to give them some support, but that's okay. No. Forget it.
It's one of those things where I would love to give support, but it's like if I do that, then I have to do it to everyone, and I don't have that manpower.
14K. Right. I understand. Okay. In the east, oratory. Okay, so hold on here. Look around the east oratory. Winter preparations. Talk to the Pride Home's gear merchant. Alaya. Is there a way to fast travel back to Pride Home? Can I do that?
Yes. I don't know if you have access to it just yet. So what you're going to try to do is press on M for the big map.
Yeah.
And from there you should see. I don't know if you've noticed, like, right. If you click on that, like the blue O, you should see like the map of the town now, and there's like a little circle with like a triangle in it. That's basically your Diablo 2 style teleporter.
Waypoint.
Yeah.
Way shrine or
So
something.
yeah, it's called a triport in this game, but it doesn't matter.
So it costs
it's
30, but I think I have a lot of gold now at this point, or silver.
It's specifically silver, and so the way the I understand the economy is that silver is like your base gold value of like regular game currency, and they give you a bucket ton of gold.
I got like over 2K, so 30 is not gonna hurt. So I will.
Yeah, and like I'm not really, I'm not skimpy with my money, and I have 340,000 silver at my level. It's just one of the things that you'll just keep getting cash.
You said 300,000. Wow.
We will protect this place.
Yeah, you might as well say 350,000.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, so I went back here because talk to okay, gear merchant.
May Regulus watch over the soul.
Alila. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that super quick.
Anything exciting going on today?
So, got any? This looks a
Oh,
bit
here we go. Wow, where did you get so many feathers? You must be a bird whisperer. This is more than enough to keep me nice and cozy. I don't even know what I did for her, but it's okay. I'll be extra warm this winter because of you. Thanks. Complete. Oh, okay. Winter. Oh, yeah. So I collected some comforters. Okay. And some yeah. Oh, when I killed the birds, probably. So I, like, unwittingly was doing the quest when I was doing that. So that's cool.
Oh, that can happen, yeah.
Yeah, I like that. Now, Okay, I think maybe I'm done in this area, so maybe I can just port back to you.
If you've unlocked I don't think you've unlocked a teleporter in the area, so you might have to like go by
okay,
foot.
Oh, it's not available. Okay, so I will have to. Okay, yeah, no problem, because I'm just like right over there, and I think I see the teleporter in Log Hill.
Where are you from?
Watch out for the grave robbers.
So I'm heading back out.
Those toxic claw robbers.
Okay, so... Oh, I see where that teleporter is. Alright. Are you still, like, out there? Like, where...
Yep. I'm killing birds.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see.
There's a teleporter, like, not too far from here, if you cross the river.
Yeah, okay, let me do that. Okay.
If you're killing them with music, does it mean that you play bad, or
around here somewhere?
I play bad?
you like play badly? Because if you're making false notes and everybody's screeching.
Yeah, really. No, it's more. I think maybe it's more like
it's so good it's bad.
So good it's bad, or really it's or so good that they're you know, hypnotized by my music. It's much like in the Bard's Tale, you know, certain songs cast like a torchlight, or it damages like a group of enemies. So it was.
Did you activate the teleporter, by the way?
I thought I did. Let me see.
You make sure, because I don't remember seeing you doing it.
Okay, if it's like glowing like yellow.
Yeah, it's glowing yellow, then you're fine. Yeah, all right.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, so look around the east oratory. So let's see where that is. Okay, so I gotta go. Okay, we gotta head down this way. Oh, where is my level? Oh, hey, look at this. I'm level 11, I guess.
Well, you start at level 10, which is odd.
I've got a feeling.
Because I guess like the moment that you pick your like secondary class or whatever you want to call it, like your subclass.
Yeah.
Because you picked a mage and then you became a bard. The moment you became a bard, you're level 10.
Okay. Well, that's nice.
It's
Kinda,
yeah. I guess they had like a whole progression where it's like you play a level 1 and then you unlock the class, and it just kind of skipped it.
Yeah. Get that out.
It's just an artifact. This is the one that we already had.
Okay. Oh shit! I'm pushing like numbers again. Oh shit! It's already dead. You know, I'm gonna have to get used to that.
No worries.
Okay.
I don't know if I have the tool. I guess I can. this one. Yeah, that's the one I want. So I'm gonna give you a buff.
Oh, hey, okay.
It's a bubble essentially, so at least I'll protect you from certain monsters.
Something I've been trying to figure out how to use. It was trying to explain to me, but I think I kind of skipped by too quickly. Okay. I have... Okay, Z for Serenade of Courage. Normal Serenade, 25 cooldown. I think it's kind of like my ultimate. There's that, and then I have Serenade of Salvation. Use all of your bubbles to restore all party members' HP by 4%. I wonder if that includes me. Of your
I believe so.
HP 8 times by 6%. So I'm trying to figure out how to use it. Serenade.
You got to probably charge it first.
Okay, how do I, how would I do that?
Typically for that type of stuff, like keep fighting, and I think it charges up.
Oh, man, I think I see something here.
I remember it being very slow for me at the beginning, though. Like it's a very powerful spell.
Okay, so when it says point, I have to do like dissonance more, because it says point normal skill, and like Sound Shack says normal skill. So some of them say normal, some say point normal, and then one says casting normal.
Yeah, so
point.
Those are the type of ways that you can trigger the ability. So a point means that you got to target someplace on the ground. And then you have like some of them will be combos. So basically you'll have like ways to hit multiple times with the same skill back to back. Those are called combos.
Okay,
I don't know the difference between casting and normal. I believe casting is just like there's a charging. Like normal would be instant cast, and casting would be with a casting time. I believe that's the difference.
Okay. Well, yeah. Like the R that I have has a casting time, like 3 seconds or so. Okay. Yeah, I wish the Bard had at least like a basic healing, spell, music spell.
You might, but it's like you unlike other MMOs where it's like you have like the tank and the healer. Your abilities probably unlock like down the line. Like for me, I didn't have a healing ability until way later.
Okay. So maybe that is the case with me.
So yeah, that might be the case, and you might have it like a few levels earlier because you're probably like the dedicated healer class.
Specialized, okay.
But it's one of those games where, very much like Diablo, you don't need a tank and you don't need a healer. It's more like everybody kills people, and like if you're fighting against a giant demon, well, everybody's there trying to deal the damage, and the thing with the paladin and say the bard is just that they offer more support than damage.
Okay.
So for me, I can just like make bubbles and stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, here we are.
It's kind of funny to see you play music.
Yeah.
You're getting the hang of it.
Kind of beginning to. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Follow the clues from stone plate and arrive at East Oratory. Is it possible to find a fragment of stone plate from here? Yeah, let's do it. Do you want to move to East Oratory? Check. You're able to follow me in this, right?
Not for that one. No, those are what I was telling you about, like single player story moments. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
The parts where I can like go in the party will be much more obvious.
Okay, I see.
Now, with that said, I can still see a ghost of you on the minimap.
Oh, hey, okay.
So I can somewhat track you.
I can't help.
And I can just point and laugh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Summon a beautiful sound wave at the target location. Okay.
Look for the remnants.
Oh, right here. There we go. No?
Oh, thank you for your help. Please tell Aln what happened.
Most welcome. Mega Vanem. Thank you for your help. Please tell, okay? Phew, that was close. There's a shortcut over there. Mm-hmm. Lots of the elementals have been sent at Fogwood's crypt. Oh, okay, here. Alright, very nice. I do think it's pretty cool that we have a horse, you know?
Yep. It's kind of handy when you're traveling long distances, but like while you're questing, I don't feel like it make much of a difference.
Yeah.
Because you're always going from like hub area to hub area, but other than that, it's fine.
Ganged up on the guards. The stone tablet you're looking for must be very valuable. They won't have attacked us so recklessly, unless they were desperate to hide something. Please go see guard Maisel. He's been watching them. I saw you wipe the floor with all those toxiclaws. Okay. They were no match for you. But since they were set up shop in Log Hill, this street has become extremely dangerous. Please get rid of all the toxiclaws you see along the street. I shall do my best. Accept. Okay, Mega Vanen. Alright, let's do it. Let me see, is there any new kind of weapons or...
have increased in numbers.
For weapons, you can just check your inventory and see if there's like a...
Don't let your guard down!
Well, I have item level 65, skilled grave robber's hair accessory. Oh hey, you know what? It's better than I have. Yeah. There we go. Okay. I equipped that. Defeat the grave robbers in their den. So hold on here. Okay, yeah, we are heading there. So very good. Oh shit, I'm like using again. Wrong.
The ones where you cast on the ground, they're kind of particular to learn. Once you get the hang of it, it's not that bad, but it is a learning curve.
Very much. I mean, they either die before it actually takes into effect, or they move out of
it. That'll happen quite a bit in the early game, because almost all your abilities will kill stuff in maybe 1 or 2 shots. Once you get to the part where maybe in the 30s, your skills, or you'll notice that you won't kill as fast, and
damage over time will become more useful.
Oh, for sure, especially if like bosses and stuff. Like for now, damage over time is kind of like even a waste of a keyboard press.
Yeah. Okay, there we go.
I'm picturing you giving them such a migraine with your music that their head just explodes.
Oh yeah. Okay, Monster Killer achievement. Oh, very cool. Here we go. Guard my zone.
I was gathering information about the recent movements of
Hey,
the grave
my
robbers.
very dear friend, Movie Mike is here. Hey, what game is this? This game is called Lost Ark. It's a game that people in our guild were talking about. And then Xenoc told me that I was just using my basic weak attack and not using my actual skills, which I'm using them now. But if you see my first impression video, you'll see that. I was just doing the basic attack. I feel stupid now, but... oh hey, and Foamborn says, sorry I've been in and out of the stream. How's it going tonight? Oh, absolutely fine. No, that's perfectly fine, you know, whether, you know, you jump in and out, you know, I completely understand that. So, yeah, just trying to get the hang of the game and questing and trying to level. But yeah, the game is Lost Ark, and it's absolutely free. I don't know if you're able to... Is this also on console? Do you know, Gix?
To my knowledge, this is PC.
PC only. Okay. So, yeah, that sucks. So, yeah, you guys, like you, Mike, and Dagon will not be able to get it. I was gathering information about the recent movements of the grave robbers. This would take a while. In the meantime, do you mind picking up some supplies from Pride Home Storage for me? No, I do not mind. Oh, yeah, what's this? Side quest. Did you ever clear the street of all those robbers on your way here? The Toxiclaws pretty much ran away in terror. It's a bit embarrassing to admit that the guards weren't able to stop them. Thank you for protecting Log Hill for us. Indeed, my friend. And here we go. It's complete for that. Okay, so let's see.
Don't forget to click the teleporter thing.
Oh, yeah, we're good. And plus there's someone here that has something to say to me. Guard Vanath. The grave robbers are more active than ever, and we don't know why. I've been playing it on Carta. Well, I don't know what that is. Foamborn said, I've been playing it on Carta. Is that kind of like a Game Pass type of thing? The Carta? Oh, and you go on to say, I'm still on the fence about it. The amount of types of currencies leads me to believe that the end game is MTX heavy?
Microtransactions.
Okay.
It's... I can sort of see the hints of it, but at the same time, like, I'm at level 45, and endgame kind of starts at 50. And from that experience, and I've only been playing it for a week, so, you know, don't take me as gospel or anything like that. But the microtransaction stuff has not been impactful in any of my experience with the game. So it's like there's nothing that, like, I haven't felt any barriers There is like the stronghold, like your own town island thing that you can like customize with your own buildings and whatnot, and you can send people on quests. So if you're familiar with like Warlords of Draenor for World of Warcraft, like the garrisons, there's a mechanic like similar to that has the microtransaction-esque feel to it, because you can like skip research development and stuff like that. But other than that, I haven't seen anything that's impactful gameplay-wise. So I believe that if there's anything heavy in microtransaction, it doesn't happen until way later.
Please tell us.
And Foamborn goes on to say, "Oh, Carda is a server I've been playing on." Oh, Carda. Oh, I get it. Yeah, at the beginning.
The server Carda, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Again, oh yeah, this is Danube. Very easy to remember. Blue Danube. If you like to, Foamborn, if you want to create a guy here, and or if you want to join us, please, for the love of God, please feel free to. It's absolutely no problem. It'd be very cool.
Anything exciting going on today?
If well,
where did you teleport to?
I teleported back to
town.
Town Pride.
Oh, okay.
Because it told me I have to go warn Headman Gore, so that's what I'm gonna do. That's number 2. So hold on here. Let's see. Interesting.
I heard the guards there got their hands full. Is that why you came to pick up the supplies?
Oh, for sure. What server are you on? Okay, we are on Danube. Think Blue Danube by WC. But it says Danube.
Danube, yeah.
I heard the guards there got their hands full. Is that why you came to pick up the supplies? Indeed. Those grave robbers must be causing more trouble than I thought. Sorry, this box of supplies is all I have for you. Okay. And, I don't see a number 2 anywhere. Use the locate button to see the quest. Location, and click the Log Hill Outpost triport to get there. Well, oh, wait a minute. Okay, that's number 1. Okay, I think I see. Yeah, I don't think it comes up in the stream, Foamborn, but go ahead and add, I forgot what your name was. Am I able to see you on the map somehow, or like your
You
name?
should be able to see me because you're in a group,
here.
so you would see me as a number 2 or number 1, yeah.
I see it now. Yeah. So Foamborn, when you get in there in the game and you're on Danube, add as a friend Neloz, Neloz, so you can actually see it on the stream. And then me, I'm whispering with like 4 N's. So go ahead and add us. Oh, did you sneeze?
No, I was laughing. Sorry.
Oh, you're laughing. Okay.
I was laughing at the 4 N's.
Oh, the 4 N's. Yeah, I have no choice.
Yeah.
That sucks. Should just be whispering.
Yeah.
Okay, so
supplies may not be enough. I've just finished studying the grave robbers.
According to the information that the guards have gathered, a man named Kugo led the infiltrators of the Orator. Yep. He's searching for something around here, and I'm thinking it might be the tablet you're looking for. Have you tried the specialty skill yet? I don't think I have. What is this specialty skill that you speak of, soldier, guard? The specialty skill embodies the characteristics of your class. It enables power attacks for some classes and provides Help throughout the battle for other... Oh, is that what I'm doing? I've been using those, I think.
No.
Okay.
He's talking about like the big one in the center of your bar.
Oh, I didn't use that. Okay, yeah, all right. Usually you can use it with the Z when its gauge is full, but it gave me an option for either Z to do like offense and then C for healing. So very cool. If your class has a specialty skill, you should take advantage of it while fighting. I will, but I've no need to heal anyone, and I killed them before. The specialty skill can help you beat Kugo, okay? So that's going to be a boss. Okay. Very good to know, so thank you for that.
Don't let your guard down.
Alright. Appearing like some kind of retard trying to, I'm hitting tab and trying to, you know, still getting the hang of things. Defeat Lieutenant Kugo and look for clues. Warning robbers, press M and use delivering a warning to... I did that! What the... Okay. Alright. Okay, let me port back.
Sometimes when you talk to NPCs, they'll ask you to talk to them again. So that's probably what you missed.
I see, okay.
Please tell us if there's a problem.
Anything exciting going on today?
So, got any news?
Don't think it was in here.
Another round here!
Jesus, it's like right there. Okay. Okay. Hail to thee, Gory. Megavanen, those grave robbers really are troublesome. We had better post this on the village bulletin board. Okay. The bulletin board is in the plaza. Please post it where everyone can see. Okay, good idea.
So, got any news?
Here we go. I've posted the warning about the grave robbers on the bulletin board. Yep. And that's done. Very good. You can see all token items you have obtained by clicking the icon on the top of the left menu. Okay. Oh, wanted. Lieutenant Kugo. Defeat... Yeah, okay, so that's next thing I'm gonna do.
Anything exciting going on today?
Lord of all gods.
Look at this. 1 and 2 are basically the same thing. Get this here. Number 1 says, trace the tablet stone, defeat Lieutenant Kugo, and look for clues. And then number 2 says, wanted, Lieutenant Kugo. Defeat Lieutenant Kugo in Long Hill and obtain Kugo's nameplate. So it's like...
I think they really want you to kill him.
We will protect this place.
Oh. Shit. Okay. Okay, here we go. Cool beans. Give me a bit. I just moved my office stuff into the new place this evening and I need to unpack a bit. Oh, okay, yeah. No worries, my friend. Okay. So I'm talking to Guard Norton again. We can narrow the grave robbers' territory by destroying their encampment. Also, the food would be helpful to the stonemasons. Please destroy their tents and collect any food you find. Okay, so let's...
Those toxic claw robbers increase their numbers.
Go. Oops. Go.
That's the guy?
Yep.
Go.
There we
Find
go.
the tablet at all costs. Fail this.
I like that. That was
We're all dead men.
really great. Very satisfying, you know?
Take everyone to Log Hill and search. If you find the tablet, stash it in the hideout.
Oh, open shoulder harness. Okay, the deed is done, Garano. This is Kugo's nameplate. Great. This is sure to load off our chest. Very good.
According to this note, the ones who are looking for the tablet will have a meeting at their hideout.
Stonemason Kahan is familiar with this area. Maybe he knows where their hideout is. Go find Kahan. He'll help you in the mention if it's for the guards. Oh, he'll help you if you mention it's for the guards. Okay. Did you know the Toxic Claw robbers command strange summonlings? Head to the area near the stonemasons and you'll see odd moving rocks. Mr. Epfa, the scholar, seems to be interested in them. Why don't you see if you can bring something he can study? Indeed. Oh. Okay, here we go. Guard in Norton. I'll send this food to the stonemasons. Yeah, here's the food you requested. And I destroyed the tent as well. Oh, yes. You obtained the skill. What's that? Wind or something? Uh-huh. What was it? An item? Oh, wind of magic. Wind of magic. Oh, not wind of music. Oh, very, very nice. Very nice. Call forth a fierce wind that inflicts 134 damage, pushing foes. It will then spread wide to inflict 201 damage on foes in an additional 1 meter radius. Super armor, paralysis, immunity. Yeah, well, I will. There's a cooldown for this. Oh, 18 seconds. Focus more on that. Oh, I can't do it again. Oh, max level 5, I see. What the?
Don't let your guard down. You can destroy the triport.
All set?
Yeah.
Those toxic claw robbers have increased.
Oh shit, that's great. There we go. Yeah. So I noticed the shops weren't really selling weapons.
Nah, this is basically just for repairs. I'm gonna show you something that's like after you kill these guys.
Okay.
If you follow me, and I'm gonna point it out because it's super hidden.
Okay.
But if you hug this place here, you should have like a prompt to jump.
Oh yeah, I see it. Come on.
Hang on, maybe sometimes it's bugged and you gotta like get in combat.
Okay.
It's still there. Go and kill another monster and then come back.
Okay.
It should be next to the tree. I don't get it. Okay. Because there's a way to jump beyond the fence, and there's like 2 secrets hidden behind them. Oh, there it is. There's the arrow.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
So in there should be like 2 seeds.
Yeah, okay. So I got 1, I think, and then...
The other one should probably be like closer to the corner. I found that by accident, and it's one of those things where it's like, okay.
Yeah, very good find. You sure about there being 2?
It should be 2. I have them.
Interesting.
Fortunately, I can't join you on that one, but there's you've got the one that's oh, there it is. Yeah, right in the corner. Yeah.
The one where I thought it was supposed to jump me. It was the that's where it was. Okay. Okay, so now
try to get back down. Yep, there you go.
Thank you for that. Oh.
So if you look at the map, you will see like a fraction that tells you how many you found within the zone.
If I look at the what? The map?
The map.
Okay.
There should be like a total of 9 in this entire area.
3 out of 9. Okay. Oh, very cool. Almost has some Legend of Zelda elements to it. They have
kind of
like
yeah.
Ocarina of Time, I'm referring to.
Those darn constructs.
I wonder if they know what they're doing.
Greetings, Epfa. How goes it? This is the heart of a creature from the other side of the rift. Indeed it is. Since this is clearly what powers them, I can use it to find out how to stop them. I find using my role-playing tactics like I normally do for like Skyrim and stuff, it's a little awkward doing it in here. You know, a little weird because of the way the conversation goes in here.
Because you don't speak.
Yeah, exactly that. I'm speaking for both. Yeah. So since this is clearly what powers them, I can use it to find out how to stop them. Complete. Here we go. Okay. So stonemason Kahan.
This is where Owen saw the grave robbers.
This place here. Cross the bridge and follow the path through the thicket in the north. It can be dangerous, so be prepared. I thank you for your words of wisdom, stonemason. You're not planning on traveling there on foot, are you? Worry not, I have a horse. It's quite far, so you'd better ride a horse, as I just told you. Okay, so complete. All right. So now... investigate the Toxic Claw hideout. Fortunately, Kahan knows where the Toxic Claw hideout is. I need to cross the bridge and follow the path through the thicket in the north to get there. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, look at that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay, very cool. Toxic Claw Robbers Hideout. The Toxic Claw's robbers were once the stone tablet piece. Sneak inside the ruins the Toxic Claw robbers are using as hideout and observe the situation. Okay, enter. I take it this is again one of those things where I'm by myself, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'll just hang out here.
Yeah.
While, you're getting close to a dungeon.
Okay,
it's not like the most eye-opening or fancy dungeon, but it's gonna be at least a place where we can just kill stuff.
Okay. Oh, very cool. So it's more of,
that's
getting into
near
something like Diablo.
smaller scale, because you're still in the tutorial-esque aspect of the game.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
But it's one of those things where, like, it's trying to teach you like the flow of it, right? So you basically, from my understanding, is like for each map area, or almost every map area, there's like one or two story events that you're loading right now that leads to a dungeon.
I see. Okay. Which is kind of consists of almost like a tutorial.
Well,
Shit.
the instance that you're in is kind of like a story setup, right? So it tells you like who's the main bad guy for this chapter. So right now you're fighting bandits, and you're going to be fighting bandits for a while. And then as you move on to another area, then you'll have story moments where, similar to this one, you'll meet elves, and it's like, okay, now your enemy are elves for this chapter.
Got it. Each one has like a theme to it. Like
yeah,
a different season of a show.
Yeah, every map has this is what I was telling you about earlier today, where it's like every area has a different like aesthetics to it, which changes your palette. Where it's like,
What's that?
right now it's kind of somewhat slow in terms of pacing, because you're still learning the game and you're still getting accustomed to it, and a game is also trying to teach you how to the play itself. But like it's one of those things where as you go on, you might burn through certain areas faster than others, and it'll turn new areas so you don't get bored visually, right?
Right. Go.
Mago finally did it! He found the ruins in Kolsch Forest, where the tablet is hidden. I ordered
Now
my
that might be
people
your
to pull
first
out
boss.
the tablet. You keep an eye out for the guards from the hideout.
Be sure to press
Once this is
F1 for
done,
healing potions if you haven't already. Yeah.
That guy
I've
will
done it.
leave us alone.
Yeah.
Okay, I see where he... Oh, yeah, it's a little behind the stream. I've already killed him.
Okay.
I'm like going over my gear and upgrading what I found.
Got it.
With what I found. Okay, so now show the memo from the leader of the grave robbers to Log Hill Guard Mizel. Okay.
And also, you were saying earlier that you were like kind of looking for your healing spells.
Yeah.
Don't hesitate to drink potions at your level.
Okay.
Like there's a point in time as like I was in my you're in your early teens. I was probably in my 20s and I had like 200 potions to drink.
Oh wow. Okay.
So you just chug those like Kool-Aid, and as you progress into the higher levels, the less frequent the potions will become in terms of quantity.
Because I'm sure I'm gonna get some heal over time items.
Yeah, you start to compensate with your own abilities. As a player, you're getting better, but also within your character, you'll have like more tools to play around with.
Right.
And you'll learn how like to dodge. You'll learn how to. Because I haven't seen you use spacebar yet.
No, I know I'm able to do it. It like does a dash thing, and I can.
Yeah. Okay.
I did use it once in that fight. To elude the,
I must have missed it then.
Thing.
Yep.
Oh no. Okay. So I guess I'm. Okay, level 12. Not so bad. I'm beginning to get used to it. See, I just got done earlier today playing a little Diablo with my brother in DCR.
Yeah.
And so that's why. So I'm like used to that. And then what's going to happen is I'm going to get used to this. And then...
and then you get confused when you're going to go back to Diablo.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
no, I get it.
The leader of the grave robbers wrote, "We've located the object in Kolsch."
I sometimes get, I surprise myself where I'm trying to swing at an enemy. Not an enemy, but like I'm swinging at an NPC, but I'm just trying to talk to him.
Oh, yeah. Because you're, it's kind of the same thing with Fallout New Vegas, Fallout 4, and Fallout 76. Because the controls, the keys and stuff are very similar. There's some subtle differences with the keys. Like one example is like for one of them, V is to do auto walk or auto run. So you just push V, so you don't have to keep hitting W or holding it down to keep moving forward. But in Fallout 76, it's Q. You see what I mean? So keep flip flopping between all three of those games, very close together. So I get confused with those. The leader of the grave robbers wrote, "We've located the object in Kolsch Valley. Can this object be the stone tablet you're looking for? Please, go to Kolsch Valley. Brother Shodil isn't far from here. He might be helpful." Very good, Mizel. I shall seek him out. Not only that, but see, it's like the way the quests are being delivered is not the same as Skyrim, so it doesn't feel as organic when I'm talking, trying to talk with them. But again, that's okay.
Don't
that's
let
okay.
your guard down.
I try to do this kind of thing with Diablo 2, and it's not exactly the same.
Yeah, I mean, I remember doing that way back with Diablo 2, where I would just like to talk to the NPCs, but
yeah, it's very limited.
At the same time, it's because what was interesting there is that you had there's a seed right next to the bridge there.
Oh, hey, okay.
The dialogue was different per progression in your quest. So whenever you pick up a quest in Diablo, and I'm talking about specifically Diablo 2, every single NPC in town had something to say that was different.
Yeah, and I would speak to them.
So I would visit all of them, but I wouldn't necessarily role play. I think the first time I've ever role played was with Oblivion.
Oh, really? Okay. I've been doing this since the beginning.
Yeah, no, I mean, I wasn't much of a role player. I mean, it's
the hell?
It's odd to say that, but it's one of those things where I come from like a flight simulator and real-time strategy background, where it's like I would play Command and Conquer, Warcraft, and that type of thing.
Oh yeah.
And Diablo was my first entry to. It's an action RPG, but it was my first like RPG-esque game.
Yeah. And I think you said that's your... I can't remember if you said it was your favorite game of all time or just your favorite of the Diablos. I can't recall, but I think...
Diablo is easily one of my favorite video games of all time.
I like it. I like Diablo a lot. I, of course, especially loved it back in the day when it was the only Diablo game, in the late 90s. And, but I guess just for me now, it's D2R. But here's the thing. There are a lot of elements after playing Diablo 2 a lot now. Diablo 2 Resurrected, and of course from my experience with regular Diablo 2 back in the day. There are elements in Diablo 3 that I really like a lot as well. The codex, the journal keeping, and the how it keeps a record of like the monsters you fight and the people you come across. You can click on it and it recites it, you know what I mean, in the voice of whoever took the journal. Mostly of like Cain, but sometimes of like Asmodeus or someone. I love that. I love hearing all that. The record keeping is great. I guess the one thing I just didn't like so much was just how there was you can't distribute attributes. It just kind of did it automatically when you leveled. The skills are all available to you. It's just they unlock at certain levels, and you're just swapping them out. I like to really customize my build,
I mean, I didn't mind that too much, but yeah, the storytelling, like the way that it doesn't impede on gameplay, and this goes back to what I was telling you earlier, where it's like games that can have story without blocking you.
Yeah,
right?
There you go.
Yep. And that's what I like. Now, for me, the appeal of Diablo 3 kind of went down with the expansion, because I thought the expansion, as much as it...
I think there was only the Necromancer where you can... Oh no, or was it a Reaper of Souls, was it?
The Reaper of Souls, yeah.
Wasn't that the one that unlocked the Necromancer class? Or was that something different?
Necromancer class. Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah. Because for me, Reaper of Souls is the Crusader, like the blocky knight dude.
Yeah.
But the Necromancer came later. It wasn't necessarily assigned to. Yeah, that's the.
Okay,
that's
I got confused. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. But like for me, the introduction of the expansion, like it improved a lot on the game. But when it came to progression, when it came to like items and flexibility of how to use items, it kind of like removed a lot of the game for me. Because the game was basically telling me, here's a set item, wear it, and here's how to play it.
Yeah.
And move on to the next set. And to me, that was not entertaining.
And you almost have to have, well, not almost, you do. You have to have the whole set for it to pretty much be viable. What I love about in Diablo 2 is I can mix and match sets sometimes. So, for example, just using this as an example, let's take like Death Touch Sash. That's a set. You can progress quite far, even possibly like mid-end game, just going with just that belt from that set, and then everything else can be like uniques, or like using like Sagan's set with it without the belt because you're using the death touch. So it makes the sets are still viable even when broken up or using partial. Whereas I noticed, D3 it wasn't like that.
Even without sets, like I remember my first Diablo 2 character was a Necromancer that used crossbows.
Oh, which one now? Oh, Diablo 2, right?
Yeah, Diablo 2.
Yeah.
And it's just you can do whatever you want, and it works. I mean, it's not like ideal, but it still works. And
it just works.
It just works, yeah.
Yes.
So, but I still had, as much as I love Diablo 2, and I still consider it like a masterpiece, I still prefer the original.
Simplicity and well, when I say simplicity in terms of there's no skills, but it's like open with the different kind of weapons. And like how you said, yeah. Remember I told you that story? Barb is using in Diablo 1. He was using a bow, and that's the first time I saw that. I'm talking about Diablo 1. I see him using a bow. I'm like, what the? And I go, cool. What bow is that? Wind Force. I was like,
yeah, Wind Force. It's a classic.
I was like, that's great, and I've never seen that done before at that time. You know, like you're a barbarian. Typically, it's like an axe or a sword. You know, to make use of the fast attack that they have with that kind of weapon. But using a friggin' bow. I love that. That was great.
It's the if you look at the way the game was designed, it was essentially because it's aside from the real-time combat aspect, Diablo is very much a roguelike, which are like turn-based game where everything is randomized. You die once and you start over from scratch, that sort of thing.
Yep,
and
you drop all your shit.
So the idea of having a character where you can do whatever you want, like you want to do magic, you want to do archery, you want to do sword fighting. You don't pick a class, you don't pick a race. You just start the game. Here's your dude, and he's like either alive or dead, right? So you have to find the equipment and use what you have to progress. And Diablo 1 was very much like that. And of course, there are classes. You can play a rogue or you can play a sorcerer, but like they're essentially the same character with like
certain perks,
nuances.
Right?
The
rogue with the bow shoots rapid, and then the sorcerer lets off his spells quicker. Is what you're referring to, right?
Well, I'm like more obvious than that would be the sorcerer can recharge magic staves. Right, and the rogue had like the most useless ability, which is like to detect traps and disarm them. And the warrior could repair his items, and that sort of thing. And it's one of those things where it goes back to what you were saying about simplicity. To me, you can add complexity to a game by keeping it simple.
Yes. It's just all one button, no matter what weapon you're using.
Well, that's the best part.
There's no
is the idea that you click to do a thing, you click to do another thing, and it's like, gee, I wonder how to do the one thing that I need to do. It's you click on it. You open a door, you click on it. You open a chest, you click on it. You kill a monster, you click on it, and that's simple. I mean, it breaks mouse, but But it's one of those things where there's no space bar to dodge. There's no, like even Diablo 3 complicated things where it's like now you have the QWERT or whatever to like abilities. And it's like I don't need that in my game. I appreciated it, like it's somewhat of a progression. The same way that Lost Ark kind of plays the same way that Diablo 3 plays in a sense. But I don't necessarily need it. So for me, like Diablo 2 is a simpler version of that, where you have left click and right click. I thought that was brilliant.
That's the stuff, exactly like what you said. I do really like the simplicity stuff in Diablo, but again, there we go. There's kind of like the rub, I guess, because that's what I loved about Diablo 2, because it took like the things I like about 3 and 1. Like there are elements that it took for me. It's like 2 is to me like pretty much a perfect kind of Diablo game, because it still kept things simple, but like what you just said, added that left and right, the right mouse button to do like a different attack, and you had skill points instead of just those spell books. So you're a barbarian or rogue learning fireball or whatever, but these skills kind of make sense. You know what I mean? They cater to your class, but there's 3 different skill trees, so there's like a plethora of different skills, which at the time, and I guess still kind of is, like a lot of skills at your disposal. Passive, and then with the paladin, the auras, offensive auras, focus only on one tree line, or you can kind of spread it out and be a tri specialist, even though
the idea of using a technique, I guess, or a system that's from strategy games into an RPG was genius. The tech tree and stuff like that, right? Because in strategy games, it's like, how do I build a barrack? Well, you need a farm, and it's like it spreads out like a tree. So all of that stuff, and to implement that as an RPG, I thought it was brilliant. However, that's probably the part that I like the least in Diablo 2. And I'm saying that like I'm nitpicking here, because again, it's a masterpiece. I love it. The Diablo series is very close to my heart, and I think in terms of storytelling, Diablo 2 is masterclass.
Absolutely.
But
something about fighting demons, exercising.
Well, it's not just that, but the way the story is told, it's like it doesn't insult you.
Yes.
It treats you like an adult, and it's like, there's blood. It's going to be gore. And the end of the world is happening and stuff like that. And the way that you're uncovering the story doesn't impede. There's a few cinematics here and there each act, but it doesn't impede on the gameplay. No, it doesn't like yank the controller out of you to say, listen to my story, I have something to say. It's like, no. So it respects you for that. But like, in terms of what I didn't like about it is that the progression, you had the gear. Items kind of compensated for this, but essentially you had a class, you had a character, and you had a very like predetermined progression to it, because you had to learn a certain spell, you had to learn the other one beforehand, and you want to use the later spells because they're more powerful and so on, and you would spend all your points on it, because what's the point of spending 5 points on a skill when you can spend 20? Because 20 is more than 5, right? So it felt very systematic, where like I was almost on rails when it came to my character, compared to my experiences with Diablo 1, which was there are no skills to learn other than spells, and even those were randomized because you couldn't tell when you're going to find the book that you want. Like, for example, if you're playing a sorcerer and you have like a fireball, right, level 1, it doesn't mean that you'll find level 2.
No,
because it's random. And that aspect is what I almost fell in love with the series.
Yeah, like in the old days, like you said with that randomization, how Adria has random books. Every time you come down and come back up, the books are different.
Yep, they're different.
In the old days, what I would do is just keep going back and forth just to get the books I like. I don't do that anymore. I just kind of play it and whatever naturally happens. But yeah, I see what you mean. But what I found was, I tried messing around with stuff like that, being a sorcerer or no, a rogue with like fireball. But I just found myself just always switching back to a bow. Like it became like a nice little novelty. I mean, there's certain things to me that I found useful, like being able to heal, getting the heal spell, and then healing as a rogue or healing as a barbarian. But then for my main thing, bread and butter, of course, will be my main weapon. Like if I was a sorcerer, I tried going with like wind force when I eventually got it and stuff, but it didn't compare to me just throwing fireballs at the enemies.
If you could wield wind force, that means that you have enough dexterity to use it. Therefore, you don't have the stats to use the spells, right? So, I think Diablo 1 would have been better off without classes completely.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Well, you know what game did that? Wasn't it Path of Exiles? No, there was a game.
Dungeon Siege.
Dungeon Siege, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, it had no class, and it would assign a class depending upon the mix of what skills. Yes, that's the one.
Yeah.
Great.
Again, like that one though, like Dungeon Siege, the entire series. I'm a huge fan of the series. Not as much as Diablo, because Diablo is like, in my mind, top of the top. But the Dungeon Siege at that era was like a technical achievement. Because it did everything that games needed to do at the era, where it's like there was no loading screen when you started playing the game.
Seamlessly go into town.
Yeah, and like you would drink a potion, and it wouldn't like consume the entire potion. It would only drink the right amount of health that you needed.
Yes, yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And NPC companions had enough of a decent AI to be active in combat and not just be stupid and die all the time. And you can pause and do commands, but like I would just let the AI do its thing. And there was also another cool thing was like the pathfinding was superb on this game, on that series.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I mean, sometimes I had
and even the sequel,
pack mule. Yeah,
even the sequel had a good one. The sequel was great. It had a huge. It kind of doubled down on something that was kind of a problem with it, though. But it was a great game. The AI was fantastic, and like I'm taking AI in terms of like enemy AI, like they would do formations around you, that sort of thing.
Yes.
They doubled down on the idea that you shouldn't mix your I guess your abilities. Like if you pick up a sword in that game, you kind of have to commit to the sword. If you mix like sword and magic, then it's like you're weaker at both. So it's like it kind of defeated the whole point of having a non-class like flexible system. So that was the biggest problem with it.
You're talking about number 2, right? Or is this with the first one? Like I said,
both. They kind of both suffer from it.
Okay.
More egregious on the second one, but the first one still suffered from it, but it was like less so. Mainly because you had more people in your party, so it was kind of okay. Because in the first Dungeon Siege, you had like 8 people in your party, and in Dungeon Siege 2, you had I think 4.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, they brought it down, but like everything else was essentially a major upgrade, and they brought like talent points, like Diablo-style talent points or skill points and stuff like that, with ultimate abilities, and it was a fun game. I think had it had like a random level area instead of like static predetermined stuff, like I would probably played it a lot more. Because once you play through an area, you know the area, so it's kind of like boring after a while.
Someone said, I remember back in the day, I went to, was it Suffolk Central Electronic Boutique? I want to say Electronic Boutique. Everyone's there to pick up their copy of Morrowind on PC, which later I found out I was unable to play it because my PC was not strong enough. But anyways, and some guy was bringing in like a few games to trade in to get Morrowind to get a little cash. And one of his titles was Dungeon Siege. So we started talking about it, and like, oh yeah, you have to have at least 2 guys up front, he's saying, and all this. Yeah, we're talking about the different strategies on how we play, and he said, but once you beat it, there's really like no point, because you're just kind of going forward. You never really backtrack, and that's to me beauty of a RPG. Like what I love about like Skyrim, Oblivion, Morrowind. I'm going from Serenade to Balmora, or going from Whiterun to Riften and going back to Whiterun. You know what I mean? I love, being able to revisit the place. Sure, I could go ahead and revisit like Stonehenge or whatever, or something, at First Town, but like I would have to literally walk. There's no teleport. There's no waypoints like this. You have to trek all the way back. Say you skip an NPC, or not NPC, but skip a potential person to join you, and later you kind of change your mind. I kind of want that dwarf again, and now you have to walk all the way back. You know what I mean?
I mean, Dungeon Siege had, this is like, now we're like going in like details that you don't know because you didn't play it.
I did play it.
Oh, you did play it. Okay.
Yeah, the first
there
one.
was the original Dungeon Siege had a multiplayer map.
I never played
And the multiplayer map,
oh, wow.
yeah, the multiplayer map was the open world game.
Oh shit. Okay, I didn't know that.
It was a huge map, no story. It was just like go kill some monsters.
Okay.
And it it was quite a lot of fun. The only problem again for me was that coming from a Diablo background, I kind of wanted my randomized dungeons.
Yeah. Wait, but so when it was like open, like what you said, the open world map for Dungeon Siege 1, there was like waypoints, and so you could teleport from town to town and stuff like that.
Yeah, but there weren't that frequent.
Oh. Okay.
So like, there might have been like 2 or 3 cities, and maybe a couple of villages.
Well, not like a single player experience. It's just, I mean, at that time I was not hooked up to the internet, so that's why I only had to play single player. I can only play single player games. You know what I mean?
You could have tried to play like in hindsight's 2020, right? You could have played the multiplayer map offline.
Oh, I never selected that. I just.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Because you assume, I don't have. I'm by myself. There's no LAN, or there's no internet. So let's go offline, or let's just stay in single player. But the multiplayer mode was more freeform than the story single player stuff. So it's like that was okay. Dungeon Siege 2 did not have that, to my knowledge. Straight up, like here's a story campaign.
I can't remember if I have Dungeon Siege 2. Just because maybe I think I got that when it's like on sale, like 2 and 3, like the whole collection. I should give it a try at some point.
It's rough along the edges. I don't think it aged very well, but it's still those things where, back in that day, the amount of, like you're looking at like Lost Ark right now, and you say, "Oh my God, this game is beautiful," right?
Yeah,
well, that
very good.
Dungeon Siege was that at the time.
Oh yeah. I remember. I mean, I remember. I'm playing it, and my cousins came over. They're step cousins actually, and they're just really little kids, not super little, but they come and see the graphics. They come down and see me playing it, and they thought I'm playing Diablo. And goes, "Are you playing Diablo again? Diablo 1?" And I'm like, "Nope." And they look at it, and one of them says, "Oh, cool graphics." But I bet you're not going to say that now.
What can you do?
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember, because a lot of times when I discover a game, there's always a story where I have one or another, where it's like I'm picking one game over another.
Yeah.
For Diablo, like when I discovered Diablo, it was either Diablo or Fallout.
The first Fallout?
Yeah. So when I discovered Diablo, but the trade-off was Fallout. So I made that trade, and I thought real-time combat was more my thing because I was already like into real-time strategy games.
Okay. Oh, because of the Warcraft, huh?
Yeah, or Command and Conquer and what have you.
Okay.
And I think had I started with Fallout, that would have probably been like my favorite game series ever. But like that wasn't the case. Dungeon Siege, I remember coming out of the store with Dungeon Siege in my hands, but I don't remember what game I was like choosing it. Like it was one of those things where almost every decision of games that I buy, there's always like another one that I have to choose also. Like back in the 3DS era, and I say 3DS, it's like relatively
3D.
It's not that old ago, but it's not too long ago. No, I'm just talking the Nintendo 3DS. There was an RPG. It was Bravely Default or Fire Emblem, which are like
I heard Fire Emblem.
Japanese RPG styles. Like one's more strategy, the other one's more like Final Fantasy. Yeah. I went with the Final Fantasy one, and I enjoyed it. But every time, like I always pick a game, and there's always another one that I almost sacrifice in that process.
Sacrifice? What do you mean? Oh, because you're selecting between
one or the other kind of thing when I purchase. Because I don't necessarily, I'm not going to go into the store and buy 2 games because I don't have the time to buy 2 games.
Yeah. But nowadays, though, see, you remember I told you some years ago, this may have been when it was still like early, or maybe the way YouTube first changed, because it changed and it I think looked different from how it does now. But I said like, oh, I have remember this, and then you commented back. I said, I'm playing a paladin, a character, like a Breton, and then I'm playing a high elf mage, and then I'm playing a Khajiit rogue. I had like 3 or 4 different characters I'm juggling, and then you replied back and you said, he goes, wow, how do you have so many games going at the same time? I could never do that. I would get confused, like I'll be playing my paladin and I'll be thinking I'm playing as my Khajiit. And then be sneaking around in heavy plate armor. You remember that when you kind of commented something like that?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't know. Like, I tend to keep, because I like to think that I play a good selection of games, but I can't do more than one of each genre at a time.
I see. I juggle. If you look at my channel, look at my playlist.
Right.
Those are all at the same time.
Yeah, I don't, like, I was already stretching it when I was playing Skyrim and Morrowind.
Yeah.
And Oblivion, so to me, like, that was too much RPGs. But it is, like, usually it's like I have one RTS. I have one RPG. I have one shooter. I haven't played a shooter in a long time, though, because I don't think anyone has been good lately, but still. It's one of those things where I normally make a choice. So I think I'm trying to remember what was the choice that I had to do with Dungeon Siege. It might have been, because it couldn't have been Neverwinter because I already owned it.
Right, Neverwinter. That's another pretty good.
Neverwinter Nights. Yeah, that was a great one. So Dungeon Siege came after, like in my own collection, but it was either that or it must have been another RPG. And I'm trying to think what it could have been at that era.
It was a RPG?
It must have been. Because usually when I make choices, it's like, Diablo and Fallout, they're very similar. Oh, which one do I want to pick, right? They're both isometric games. One's more action, but they're all about like getting loot, talking to NPCs, and getting stuff done. Like the Fire Emblem versus Bravely Default. They were both like Japanese style, like one was more strategy because the Fire Emblem is like a turn-based. Like, you're basically playing chess, while the other one is a carbon copy of like Final Fantasy IV or something. It's one of those things.
It sounds similar, like to I guess the most kind of like what we said, like playing like chess. The most that I got into like that would maybe be Final Fantasy Tactics. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, it would be similar to that. Where it's like your characters have like relationships, and if one of them dies, and he's gone throughout the rest of your story because he's dead. So you're trying to keep him alive. Because again, coming from Diablo, or roguelikes, permanent death and stuff like that. So for me, Fire Emblem was kind of interesting because it was a strategy game that had permanent death, so it kind of played with my sensibilities. But I went with the other one because I figured I was already like into role-playing games, and I figured, I could give Japanese RPGs another shot. Because we had this like earlier talk about like, Japanese RPGs are weird and stuff, but I still found a few that I really enjoyed, like the original Pokemon, which for me was Pokemon Blue.
Okay.
Which is technically the third Pokemon game, but that's Japan is weird like that.
I know about that. I think they do something like some weird convoluted way with like the Castlevanias, and I think even like Final Fantasy.
Well, I was gonna say Final Fantasy is already convoluted like crazy because it's like 1, 2, 3, 3, 6.
Yeah, like
and so on and so forth. With Pokemon, it was like red and green were the original in Japan. Then they re-released Red in North America, and Blue was kind of like a patched version of Green or something like that.
Yeah.
And they Americanized it because apparently North America associate Red and Blue as being like versus colors, red versus blue, that type of thing. Whereas in Japan, apparently, it was more like red versus green.
Yeah, I remember that period of the versus thing with those colors.
Right. But I remember like the Pokemon Blue for me was a fantastic game. I couldn't register it as an RPG because my mind's like an RPG. I need my Western RPG thing.
The most Pokemon type of game I played was a game called Monster Rancher, and even that was
on the PlayStation.
On the PlayStation, and that was fun for me. And I wanted to bring up also, or mention again, to get back with the Final Fantasy III. I remember playing that on my, I think it was my Nintendo DS, and I played that for a while, and that's how I learned about the history that, for the first time ever, it's like uncut or something, the Final Fantasy III, which it was, like I think you said, Final Fantasy VI here in America. So for the first time ever, it's like the uncut Final Fantasy III. So I found that very appealing, and I was playing that for a while. But now I can play games on my phone.
Yeah. I actually have Final Fantasy IV on my phone.
Oh, hey. Okay.
Final Fantasy IV, and I'm saying this not because I finished it, but it's probably one of my favorite of the Final Fantasy. Because it's got a blend of like, first of all, it's got a cool story, but like, it's got a blend of like new stuff while still keeping it old. And it's not like to say I like to keep it old because I'm old or I want to like for old school's sake, but like there's a lot of things from older games that I kind of miss from the new ones.
Yeah, they don't do them anymore.
So right, so 4 is like the sweet spot for me. Everything else I kind of like. I've never played.
But the combat was still like the random.
It was turn-based,
right? Turn-based.
Yeah, it's turn-based, random. Okay. You have a white mage. You have.
You never ever got
black
sick
mage.
of that, huh? It was the same way with Final Fantasy III, and again with the non-Final Fantasy stuff. Wild Arms, which awesome introduction and awesome song. By the way, go look up on YouTube whenever you get a chance. A Wild Arms intro. It's like a Western theme with the whistling, and it's beautiful anime and beautiful song. And Suikoden, they all have that in common, is the way the combat is handled. It goes into that separate, fades out and blurs into a combat thing. You never ever found that old, eh?
Well, I mean, I would change things up, but like I feel like it's part of their. I kind of want to say culture. It's
part of their culture. Okay.
If you've seen anime, they like they like their tropes. They like their status quo, right? So you need the 12-year-old character girl in your anime, and you need the one that's like super angry but secretly is in love with the main character kind of character. Like those are things that are systematic in every single anime, and there are always exceptions, right? And the same thing with games where it's like they're RPGs, they kind of need to have those things in place. But there are games that are that go beyond that, because there are games like even like in the PlayStation 2 era, there are Japanese RPGs that don't follow the random encounter. I think Chrono Cross or Chrono Trigger does that.
I remember there were a few. Yeah, you see them from afar, and when you run into them, then it initiates. Yeah, those are great.
And the combat was just like, it was still in the same map. It's just like your character would like move into their position in the grid, and then you would fight.
That was a bit better for me because sometimes, not all the time, I think you can kind of avoid it or find a trick to kind of dodge it, I think, but it doesn't happen too often.
Yeah,
But
I mean, for me, it was
you know?
Secret of Mana was
Secret of Mana. Yeah, yeah.
The one that like kind of like this is what I like.
Yeah. I thought
there you
also
go.
Secret of Mana. What is this now? Oh, enter dungeon.
This is a dungeon. So.
Oh, hey, so we can do this.
Yes,
Secret of Mana was a 2-player game that we can.
You can't. Yeah, that was the part that. First of all, it was like action based, like it was real time. So I was already like a huge fan of Zelda and stuff like that, and it was very much like it. And I am going to transfer leadership to you so you can give me. I don't know why it's not working right now. Oh, there it is.
Okay, let me get out of it then. Or is it okay?
No. You just go in and select your difficulty and click enter.
Okay. How hard is hard? Is it better rewards?
Better rewards, yes.
Yeah, let's do it. Oh, hey, it's giving accept. You voted to enter the dungeon.
Yes.
Okay, now you have to vote too.
Yep.
I take it. Okay, let's do it.
And now we're in.
Okay.
And you kind of get a preview of what you would loot if you select like a normal difficulty or hard difficulty, that sort of thing.
Okay. Yeah, I like that. Okay, hold on.
Now this one's a very simple one. It's not like one of those huge, massive dungeons, but it's still like an introduction of like here's how dungeons are structured in this game, type of thing.
Okay. Save that. What was this one again? Yeah. Okay, very good. Let's do it. There we go. Wrong button again. Come on. Can I break that?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Did the other one break? Oh, you did. Okay.
Yeah, but it still shows on the mini map, so it's one of those like those are the places you need to check for the objectives.
Okay. There we go. Oh, yeah. So it looks like a boss.
If it is, it's a mini boss.
Okay.
You might want to drink a potion for that. I'm kind of holding back because I also want to like you to learn like more of the game. Like I don't want to like just plow through it.
I got like a purple item, so hold on here. I know how this stuff is, you know, with the color-coded stuff, like in D2, D3, Grim Dawn, all that. Yeah. Oh yeah. Roster level. Oh, what? Ready to change. I don't know what that is, but okay. That's great.
There's a plant thing here.
Oh yeah.
Apparently there's a total of 6 on this dungeon, and I only found 1.
Yeah, same.
Oh, now I remember what that game was. Summoner.
Summoner!
For your sake.
Kind of sounds familiar. Summoner. Although I don't think I've played it.
I played it after the fact, but when I bought Dungeon Siege, it was either Dungeon Siege or Summoner.
So this is the key to discovering the
you have to
secret
pick
of the
between
ARK.
those two.
The rest
Yeah, because at that point I didn't have the dispensable income.
Perhaps it's time I go on a holy pilgrimage of my own.
What I used to do back in the day, and it was with my cousin and best friend at the time, we would kind of split the bill with it and have just one copy of the game, and then the one who pitches in the most, it's his job to make copies of all the docs and make copies of the diskettes and then distribute it to you see what I'm saying? So we split the costs, and we formed our own video game club, and I forgot the name of it. Came up with it, and it was basically his idea for that, but it was a very good idea, and it saved us a lot of money. Oh shit.
No, I bet.
Like we did it with Might and Magic, 3 Clouds of Zine, and then Dark Side of Zine, you know, with the wizardries. It's great stuff. Oh shit. Getting to like do this.
Yeah.
I fought a boss very similar to this, you know.
Yeah, they become a little bit more elaborate down the line. This is like the butcher level of.
Oh, look at that! Demon killer.
So many
like a harp. Okay, I like that.
Too late. I already gave it to the demons.
If the demon has the tablet piece.
Oh, Phoneboy says here, oh man, Fallout and OG Diablo were the summers of my middle school years. Yep. And he says those and Netstorm? Don't know if I heard of that game. You probably have. Netstorm.
No, I'm thinking of Ironstorm, which is a company. I don't know what Netstorm is, but yeah, for me, Diablo was basically my summers. I remember playing it. I was probably 12 years old or something like that, and it was like, I would like to think 2 of my summers, which was like 3 months every day, waking up, playing Diablo.
Oh yeah,
going
yeah.
to bed, you know, waking up, playing Diablo.
I played till the sun comes out, and then I would sleep, and then during my breaks and stuff like that. Oh.
And then I had to learn about responsibility and earn a job, and you know, it went downhill from there. But yeah, those were the days.
Yes, it was.
But yeah, Summoner. So I had Fallout and Diablo to choose, or at that time, so I picked Diablo. Don't regret it. Although I kind of want to see how I would feel if I had picked Fallout instead, because I feel like Fallout is a fantastic series.
I've still got to try Fallout 1 and 2. Much different. I know it's isometric.
It's isometric.
Different from 3 and 4 and New Vegas, which that's pretty cool and interesting to me. Oh, am I like alone again?
No, we're just in a different instance.
Okay.
Because sometimes the game has a problem keeping the party together. Or we're both outside.
Shall I go back over here and then you can come to me, or?
Oh, you're probably like.
I don't know what I'm doing. It looks like Pride is under attack.
Yeah, you have your story stuff. So.
Okay.
That's you. I can't join you there.
Okay, but as you were saying, you were talking about about
Fallout
1 and.
Yeah. So, have you ever played Baldur's Gate?
Yeah, a little bit of Baldur's Gate, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Fallout is more of a tabletop RPG experience than Baldur's Gate was. Even though technically Baldur's Gate has like the whole Dungeons and Dragons skin to it, and it has like Dungeons and Dragons mechanic. The amount of flexibility you have inside a Fallout game is insane.
I got the impression Fallout was more like a Fallout 1 and 2. The isometric ones was more like Final Fantasy Tactics, no?
No. No, there's actually a Fallout Tactics that exists.
I saw that. I have that
but
because I got it.
Fallout is a straight up like RPG that just happens to be turn-based when and it's like you have a shotgun and you aim at the head or you aim at the knee, that sort of thing.
The VATS, okay.
Well, the VATS came from that.
Yeah,
which was brilliant for Bethesda to do, but like so the amount of choices you have like in dialogue and stuff like that, it's insane. The I think for me the aesthetics was one of the things that I couldn't latch on when I was young, because I thought the palette was very no, not so much that, but like the palette generally was very yellow.
Yeah, color and all that. Okay.
Yeah, and Diablo was, like more my thing because it had like more varied colors.
Demons and like all the cool shit.
Yeah, the blues and the reds and the orange and the green. And Fallout, like maybe I didn't play enough of it, but like, Fallout 2 was a good expansion of the original. I think the problem I had with it was like there was a time constraint in the campaign that stressed the hell out of
it. In which one had a time constraint? Oh, the Fallout for the time constraint?
Fallout 2 had a time constraint. So, and I say time constraint like it's based on like you're not time like you got 20 minutes to play, go. It's more like, I think you had something like in 90 days you had to like fix the water filter for your village or something like that, or it's game over.
They did that with Daggerfall, the time constraint quest. You have 39 days or whatever, 50 days to complete this.
Yes, I think the only difference is that you can still play Daggerfall. Without the time constraint.
Yeah, okay.
So, and I'm talking almost like as an outsider, because my experience with Fallout 1 and 2 are relatively limited. But it was one of those things where that stressed me way too much to enjoy. So for me, the first one was my most comfortable one. But again, back then, my choice was Diablo because it was easier, more responsive, and stuff like that. And, you know, when you're aiming at like a leg and you keep missing because, you know...
Oh, yeah.
It says 70%, but yeah, that was kind of frustrating for me. So as a kid, nowadays I kind of would appreciate it a little bit more.
Yeah.
But it was one of those things. So I played Diablo instead of Fallout, and in the case of Dungeon Siege, I chose Dungeon Siege over Summoner. Summoner I ended up playing still later down the line. Very linear, but very interesting in terms of like combat mechanics and lockpicking and all that stuff. And I think it was probably the strongest elements of that game, which is kind of a shame because I don't think any other game did this. Maybe it's a sign that it was technically a bad game, but like no other game tried to do something similar to it, because it was somewhat real-time combat in so imagine Baldur's Gate, but you had to time your swings to block and strike. It was like weird. It's weird to explain, but it had like a tempo to it. And the better you were at the tempo, the better that you can do combos and stuff like that. And the lockpicking had like glyphs, and you were timed to like you had like a mini puzzles.
What game was it with the glyphs?
Summoner.
Summoner. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's why when you mentioned the glyph, that started to kind of sound familiar. Otherwise, maybe I'm mistaking it for.
It's ugly to look at, but it's still like it struck a nerve for me in.
The glyph reminded me of a game called ARK Fictalis. You know?
I think I heard of the name. Fictalis? I've never seen it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so it had like really cool ideas that I really enjoyed. It's just one of those things that the game itself, like in terms of like the story and the way that it would like, it was very fragmented in like, here's level 1, that's the story for level 1, here's level 2, here's the story for level 2. And I think that was kind of the problem with it. But other than that, I thought it was pretty good. But I don't regret the choice. As much I say now, like, oh, I wouldn't, like, it would be interesting to see what would have happened to my life had I picked Fallout instead.
Yeah, a what if thing. Marvel has a what if.
Right. Yeah. I don't think.
I knew you'd come.
Like, I have no regrets for Dungeon Siege versus Summoner. As much as I found Summoner to be like a really cool game, I'm okay with the idea of not knowing what the what if would have been had I picked Summoner.
Just like I'm all cool with the games that I selected in what order that I did. I'm starting with Cloud Still, then Ultima 4, but then Ultima 3 Exodus for a short while, then immediately got 4 and got into that. And Ultima 4 was
I wish I got into Ultima 4 earlier.
Fantastic.
Because it's my favorite Ultima.
What was your favorite Ultima? That's great.
The 4, number 4.
Yeah, very good. Quest of the Avatar. Awesome stuff.
It plays like ass right now. Like, it's not a game that you can. I can't enjoy it anymore because it's archaic. Like, it has nothing to do about game mechanics. It's just like how you control the game is archaic.
Well, you know, you can get the Apple emulator, and I don't know how it was on other computers, but when I played on Apple, and I somewhat recently played it, maybe like a year ago almost, and I have a Let's Play of it. It's not complete, but I was playing it. Oh fuck! I'm like going into the file. What am I doing?
Don't burn.
And I'm not paying attention. And what am I talking about? Again, you know, like walking and talking at the same time. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, it's fine.
Hold on. had a point. Yeah. Oh yeah. So it's like, you know, I played it back in the day, and to be quite honest, it feels like, to me, at least the controls are easier now using that emulator, and I remember it. It's exactly the way it was, but I have an easier time playing it. You know, A will go into the attack thing, but it's paused, and you hit the up arrow, the directional up, left, right, down arrow, and you would shoot your spell or your slingshot or attack in that direction. That you would, you know what I mean? That you would
I get
Great
that,
stuff.
but it's like you're talking to a guy who like plays Diablo with like click a button and it happens.
Oh.
And
okay.
for me, Ultima 4 is unwieldy, but it's still my favorite.
Okay.
Because like it's like once you understand the controls, you can get yourself like invested in it. It's just one of those things where had I played it earlier, I probably would have been in your shoes, where it's like the controls would have been more intuitive for me and stuff like that. And for me, like that game desperately needs a revamped menu system.
Oh yeah. If they were to remaster that. Oh.
Yeah, I would buy it day one. Because again, it's one of those games where, and it's a recurring theme for today, where it's a game where it's an RPG, but the story isn't in your way.
Yes, there you go. The only thing that can kind of get in the way though is when you have to do the I forget what you call them, but the honor.
The mantras?
The mantras, yeah. You kind of, in order to push on forward, you have to kind of what's the word? Adhere to the you have to it's one of the stipulations. You know what I mean?
Right. But like it's still like the game has like a weird cryptic way of judging your actions, but like it's one of those things where
don't rip off the blind woman.
It doesn't really matter because you can just be invested in the world and play the game. And to me, like I don't need to remember that I'm supposed to be like an avatar. I can just do whatever the hell I want in the game, and it's still the game. And of course, I'm not going to win because I'm not the avatar, but like you can still push. At one point, you'll talk to an NPC and say, "Oh yeah, I remember I have to do that." So you do it, and then you solve it, and I was going to say you're done. It's more complicated, but it's like probably one of my favorites, but I wish I played it earlier.
Before I knew about all that mantra stuff, I would, exactly as you put it, play it my way, because I would rip off the blind woman, and if the fight got too hard, I would back out from the fight. So there goes I think it was called honor. So it's not like honor.
It was hang on. Honor was when you would kill someone who was running away.
Oh yeah.
You would get
I would still do it. Yeah.
So you would want to. So honor is letting them go.
The one is when
and
you
I
flee.
think you couldn't flee either. So it goes both ways.
It goes both ways. And I was doing, for the most part, everything against the mantras, but not knowing at the time that's what I was doing. But I was still getting away with it and playing it, and had a lot of fun.
Right, but like in that same save file, you could still finish the game. It would just take you a while to realize that, oh, I need to be a nice guy, and then you grind your reputation. Basically, the game is like, it boils down to grinding reputations.
But that's not important.
Each reputation is like a mantra, right? It's like courage, whatever. And it's such a simple thing, but I was gonna say it plays well, but like mechanically it wasn't playing well because again, like the whole keyboard thing for me was like a hassle. But because to go up
like now, or you probably play it with a mouse then, huh?
I would just go with the mouse and right click for like interaction or whatever. But like the way that you had like a key to go up a ladder, a key to go down a ladder, a key to open a chest, a key to like that for me is archaic. Yeah. So all of that is like archaic, and but the rest, like going into an encounter and it loads like an instance of the fight, and you have your orcs coming in and you fight them, like that was fine. And the build that I have I have like Go Little Games, and I have Ultima 4 on that. but because it's free.
The gold. I think I have. Hold on.
But it doesn't play a sound
the
on my client.
RPG archives, right? Yeah. It's like it has like Wizardry Gold
maybe.
and all those. A whole crap ton. The Bard's Tale. It has a crap ton of those.
Maybe,
I don't want to take it down. It's like at the bottom and it's stacked with stuff. I don't know if you can even get that anymore. Maybe eBay. But
maybe. But yeah, it was a fun, and it's like weird because I don't like any of the other Ultima games. The closest one that I can somewhat respect would be Ultima Online.
Yeah, I never really played much of that. Now, what about was it 7? The Black Gate? Yeah, I think it was.
That one.
How was that?
It was a technical achievement. It was a technical achievement, but again, that game came out before Diablo. But I got into RPGs with Diablo, so you have to understand that I was playing them out of order.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And
so your mindset's already different. You have almost. It's like someone who has knowledge of the future going back in time, kind of thing.
Well, because here's the thing, right? There are games that, if you were to, like, if you don't know who Mario is, right, and I give you, like, a Nintendo controller, and you play Mario Brothers.
Oh, yeah.
Or Super Mario Brothers, to be more specific.
Yeah.
You can still enjoy it, and it plays well. You can say, really I don't like the art style, I don't like the graphics, or whatever, but at the end of the day, like, it still plays really well, and that's probably why it's like one of the most well-known franchise ever.
I like that.
But like there are games that, despite how well they were received at the era that they came out, they don't age well.
Yeah.
And to a certain extent, I almost put Morrowind in that bucket.
Oh yeah. See,
like those that might be like interpreted as fighting words, but like one of those things where Morrowind does a lot of great things, and it's a great game. I'm not like I love Morrowind, but when you look at it from the perspective of like a modern game, going back to it is really hard.
Yeah, no, I see what you mean. I mean, I started with Daggerfall, and I can play Daggerfall again, and when I tried to play it the way it was without there's a new thing, Daggerfall Unity, most likely you heard of that.
Yeah, I played it.
I can play it like that, okay, with the upgraded graphics, because back in the day, that is the way Unity looks like, is the way I saw the game back.
You saw the game, yeah.
I perceived it that way. Not only that, then I had I have a bunch of mods that I play to make the sky look really great. It adds birds and formation in the terrain, and
I mean, even the default looks good, but like it's a good example of like, for me, I feel like Daggerfall in like Daggerfall Unity, or just Daggerfall in itself, because even then I tried the original build. It plays better with modern sensitivities than Morrowind does in my book.
I kind of see what you mean, and everything, how it has like the randomized stuff. Although, with that being said, though, I will still say I do like Morrowind still a lot. I have a soft spot for Daggerfall because I started with that one, but at the same time, still my favorite of the Elder Scrolls has to be Skyrim,
which is totally understandable. It's totally understandable, but like it's like. And it doesn't necessarily have to say about like the features or whatnot. Maybe it is a feature thing for you, but for me, it's like how kind of like my biggest frustration for say with Daggerfall is how some of the quests and objectives are like so out of this world, where it's like it's rigged to kill you.
And those names and those dungeons. There's a thing you can set it so it's called smaller dungeons, and you check it off in the thing in Unity, so the dungeons are like more manageable. They're not super large like before. Somehow they did something.
I don't mind the size of the dungeons. For me, it was more like
the way it was, but
for me, it was more like some of the quests that weren't intuitive for me. Like I remember I was following some lady in a city, and then I got ambushed and I got teleported into like a dungeon, and there was no way out for me at the level that I was. But technically, I wasn't supposed to follow her. Like that was the thing. But like, what do I do? Like restart my character? Like to me, that was like one of those things where it was like it's rough around the edges as far as that goes. But in terms of gameplay, it plays super well. So
I love the fighting, so great.
I mean, it's a little awkward to move the mouse, but like once you get it, and it's fine.
I did the one click attack, so I don't have to worry about swiping it left or right or up and down. You just push it, and then it does the most powerful kind of slash for that weapon. But what I love also is you pick an advantage, and you can pick, or you pick a disadvantage, and for every like disadvantage,
that's
pick
great.
An advantage, and you can tailor make, and it's just like why I love superheroes like Daredevil, Captain America, Storm. Like Storm is claustrophobic, Daredevil is blind, yet he can see all around. He only sees shapes. There's always a weakness with these superheroes that I love, and it makes for interesting characters. Versus just like Superman,
the
he's
Superman
not too
syndrome.
Interesting to me. Yeah, the Superman syndrome. I don't like that too much because he doesn't make for a very compelling hero, and for like you can only go so far with his films.
Well, that's why they had to add Kryptonite.
Yeah, so it's
because he was too perfect.
And then it becomes cheesy by trying to integrate it into the story all the time, and I thought you destroyed it all. And but that's why I love more. For me, the more interesting characters are the ones that have some kind of weakness. Like I love Daredevil, Captain America. I mean, he's strong and fast, runs 70 miles an hour. I'm not 70 miles an hour. I'm sorry. He runs,
whatever value.
70 miles an hour, duh. Yeah, right. I'm sorry, 70 miles an hour, 60 to 70 miles. But he still has to dodge bullets because he's not bulletproof like Superman. He has to make an effort to dodge or block. So that's what I
would equate that to a feature, though. So it's like, it's a great feature. Like the idea to implement like character creation where you can add like disabilities or like disadvantages while having advantages and so on and so forth. But to me, it's like one of the, it's kind of weird to say, but like, Skyrim, you could argue that has probably more things going on under the hood to make the game run, to do the things that it does. But in terms of how it plays, it feels more sluggish than, say, Oblivion, which probably has less features than Skyrim, in my mind.
Wait, you were saying you feel that Skyrim is more sluggish than Oblivion?
Yeah, the way that you're like the input, how you push a button and how it reacts to that button press, is not as fluid. Now, a lot of people will say, well, Morrowind, or not Morrowind, but Oblivion was very floaty in its combat.
I was about to mention, like, when I'm swinging, I feel like it's floaty.
Right.
I went back to play that, and not that it's bad, but I just couldn't do it after doing Skyrim.
But Skyrim for me is rigid.
But Skyrim for you is rigid.
It's very rigid. I mean, it's a good game, but it's one of those things where, like, you have a crouch. You have a crouch, and when you stab with the crouch, then you're locked into that animation, and you can't really do much outside of it. And for me, control-wise, Oblivion was more freeform.
You want to know what the problem is? I think you never played it with. I know you didn't play it with mods, but which means you didn't download the unofficial patch, and that fixed some of those issues. Because I think.
Oh, maybe,
kind of
but like
I mean, like.
Really... It might fix it, but like the way I see it is that it kind of goes back to like the intent of what the designers did, and that's where it's like I feel without mods, it's the more fairest way to compare games, where it's like you can mod the thing to be in space. It doesn't like at that point, like it could be whatever the game you want, right? So it's easier to just say like. Outside of mods, outside of like the community that fixes the game, here are the good things and the bad things that a game can provide. And for me, Skyrim has limitations. compared to say Oblivion or compared to Morrowind, because you can mod Morrowind as well. You can mod. I don't know if you can mod Daggerfall, but probably. So it's it's one of those things where
I did mod Daggerfall.
Right. Okay. So it's one of those things where the conversation would go nowhere if you just say, well, you can fix everything with a mod. Because of course.
I know what you mean.
So
So
it's kind of like, I understand that you might not have that problem. Maybe that you got the problem fixed with a mod, or maybe you just don't feel the sluggish that I feel, which is fine.
I want to bring that up. What's kind of funny though is when I played Oblivion in the day before there was even a Skyrim, I didn't feel those issues. It felt smooth to me, and but now it's like funny because I go to Skyrim, but to be quite honest, even before I started playing with mods, just playing Skyrim and then going back to Oblivion, I felt the floatiness. You know what I mean? No mods.
Right.
When I was doing a modless day. I don't know why, but I think I feel like each iteration of the game, they refine it. They clean things up.
Yeah, and I totally understand the floatiness of it, because even I feel the floatiness. It's not something that I can just say, oh, it doesn't exist. I mean, it's there, but with my sensibilities, I would prefer the floatiness over what I had with Skyrim, right? And I had the same problem going from Oblivion to Morrowind. I had a very similar problem where the responsiveness or my expectations in combat were far different, because I would swing in the air or swing in front of an NPC and I would miss, in my mind would register right, it's a dice roll. It wasn't until I really played Daggerfall that I understood the origin of that story, that system, where it's like, oh, that makes sense, because they're going back to the whole Wizardry series type of game.
Wasn't it like that in Diablo 1 and in 2? Where you can miss and then miss.
But it wasn't in first person though.
I understand. I got it. Okay.
Perspective is everything. So it's like it's one of those things where
I understand.
It's the way you expect a character to move around, if it's first person or third person, is completely different. If it's isometric, you kind of expect the cursor to control your character.
Yes. Yeah.
Right? You don't expect, can you imagine playing Skyrim with the mouse, click to move? It doesn't happen. No. So it's those, that's the and I remember World of Warcraft when I played that, and EverQuest, where you could play with a mouse and keyboard, but you could also play with just the mouse, and it was almost unwieldy. I mean, I'm sure some people played like that, but it was one of those things where you would click and the character would just move and your camera would follow, and it was just it doesn't feel the same way.
I kind of understand what you mean. I think I remember when I tried doing with just a mouse thing too, and it had problems.
Right. So it's depending, and it's one of the reasons why you can't just do one carpet solution to apply for all games. So it works for Diablo because the character in Diablo is so tiny on the screen, and you're giving your character the command to swing, and he's missing.
Yes. Okay. I get it. In first person,
right? But when you're playing, it's you're missing. But what makes it even more detached from your expectation is that your sword is probably going through, the graphic of your sword is going through the character's body, and you're registering a miss, and it's but why? Yeah. Right?
But because I started with Daggerfall, I was okay with that.
Once I saw Daggerfall, I was it's because they're going back. It came from that origin. It wasn't a first-person hack and slash, right? Turn RPG. It was more here's a first-person. I was gonna say Ultima Underworld.
Oh, that was another great one. That's
right.
You can miss too.
Yeah, exactly. But it made more sense then, I guess.
Because it's coming from
I've never really played it, but I remember playing the Wizardry.
Yeah.
I remember playing even Legend of Grimrock, which is a more recent.
Yes.
right?
It's a recent Eye of the Beholder.
Right. So that type of game, because your camera is controlling technically like 4 characters, you can have, you're allowed, like in my mind, you're allowed to miss on a melee attack when you're like close to the enemy. If you're like the one character, and like if you have like one-to-one control, like WASD, right?
Yeah.
And you're looking around with your mouse, and it's like, okay, I'm dodging hits, and then you click to swing. It goes through the body, but it misses. Like, to me, that's a problem.
Almost complete.
Yeah.
And that's what I was getting with Morrowind. That's what I was getting with Morrowind.
I get it. I see what you mean. Yeah. I mean, well, yeah. Like back in the day when I got Morrowind, you know, when I came back from Electronic Boutiques, and I was able to start it up, but it was like choppy, and name my character from Job, and but the moment I went to exit onto the deck of the ship, it would kick me out. You know, ran out of memory, or it would just lock up. So then I would have to take the game over to my friend's house, Brian Yurkovich at the time, and I played a little bit there. And I was just very sad that I couldn't play it at home. But I was liking it when I was playing it. To me, was blown away because, you know, I'm remembering Daggerfall.
Your computer wasn't strong enough. Yeah, no, I understand that feeling.
And then I played on Xbox, and yeah, that's right, Xbox was able to handle that. But it would take 5 minutes or so just to load the game. So sometimes I would load and then die within like 10 seconds, 20 seconds. And then
you would have to reload
for 5 minutes. Yeah, that was bad.
Yep. I mean, it was one of the reasons why I stayed away from console gaming for so long. Because back in that era, for me, what appealed to me for consoles was the idea that you put a cartridge in, you put the power on, and you could play a game.
Yeah.
The moment it went to CD-ROM was when I just didn't understand consoles, because I already had a computer. I already had a CD-ROM player.
Yeah.
I know what a loading time is. I have a computer. So what's the point? And to me, the idea of, well, you can put more graphics or you can put more game into the into the disc. To me, I couldn't see it because I remember playing The Legend of Zelda just fine on the Super Nintendo.
Right, on a cartridge. Yeah.
And it's massive, and it's like you could argue that the CD-ROM could do more because technically it has more space. But I couldn't see any game taking advantage of that. And it goes back to Final Fantasy 13. I don't know if you remember when it came out. It was one of the Final Fantasy games to come out on PlayStation 3 when that thing was new. And it was on Blu-ray or something. Like, it was like some... It was insane.
I remember when, because I saw an interview with that from the guy who created it, I guess, and the way he said it, it was, because he's Japanese, and it just, not really making fun, but just saying it just stuck out to me because of how he pronounced it. Final Fantasy 13.
Yeah.
Yeah, but go on, I'm sorry.
13. So, what they were selling on the PlayStation 3 at the time was how massive the data could be on the disc.
Oh, yeah.
And because a lot of people would buy PlayStation 3 just to be a Blu-ray player. But
yes.
Right? But like, Final Fantasy 13 was like a game that was made on a Blu-ray, but really, what do you gain? Like, they made, like, the textures are more high res, so that means that the developers didn't bother like compressing any of the textures. It looks great, but like, how much game is there in that game? And I like to think that not enough, like not a lot. I would almost argue that, we were talking about like Ultima 4 earlier. I feel like Ultima 4 is a bigger game.
Oh, Ultima 4, really?
In terms of like world size, what you can do in the world, well, maybe not what you can do in the world because it's still very 8-bit, but
yeah.
it's one of the things where, in terms of like hours of content, I can't imagine Final Fantasy 13 being more.
Yeah, I mean, with 4, you get to fly around in a balloon, you take a ship, and then you go into a town, which seemed pretty big at the time, and sometimes there's little secrets when you go into the forest of the town, you know, and
right.
Yeah.
So there's all of that exploration. That, of course, I'm saying without like a cheat sheet or without like a guide to go you through, like guide you step by step. If you're playing blind, I think Ultima 4 has more content than. It might be more repetitive. That would be something to discuss more. But it's still like, what do you put on the freaking Blu-ray compared to Ultima 4 was on what? Floppy disk?
Yeah, floppy disks.
Yep. I'm trying to remember how many, because for me, I think it was like it was just the one
disc, the town disc. Yeah, there's the you
okay.
have to swap it. Yeah.
Yeah, to swap it. Well, I'll know because I had it on a Commodore 64, and I had like two. Nice. I had 2 disk drives, so I was able to like put the entire game in there.
Eventually, I got 2 disk drive 1 and 2, so I put 1 disc in one, and then disc number 2 in the other. But sometimes you'd still have to swap it because if you're going to a dungeon in town, there were like 3 discs. You know what I mean? So you had the main one in one, and then
So it's all of that coming together where it's like, it's actually I'm trying to think of what I was saying. I had a point, but it just kind of flew off of my head. But yeah, like it's one of those things where no, it's not you. It's mostly me. But like it's like a tangent within a tangent.
Yeah, I know how that is.
Because we were talking about like disk space and stuff like that, or I was at the very least, and it's one of those things where the amount of space. Well, I'll end it with that one though. The amount of space that the technology allows doesn't necessarily add more content. They'll sell it to you like that, but it doesn't mean anything.
That's
much like yeah. Now, like my biggest pet peeve now is to talk about like Unreal 5.
Oh, really? Okay.
Because everybody talks about Unreal 5. I mean, maybe that's just my circle of contacts, but everybody's excited about the new Unreal 5 technology.
So that's
and it's like,
then. Okay.
Yeah, it's like there's a demo that showcased like they almost like recreated scenes from the Matrix movie in a video game. And it looks so real, and it looked great. But like the technology that allows you to do that, I don't know if you've seen anything out of the Unreal 5 engine so far.
I have not. I didn't even know there's like an Unreal 5.
Oh yeah, it's actually quite impressive in terms of tech. Wow. But the thing though is that it doesn't create miracles, which is what everybody seems to think that they will do. The same way that like, Blu-ray will make games like infinitely larger and stuff like. No, they're just denser.
A lot more empty space on the disc, unless you pack in a lot of features or extras. You know what I mean? Like the making of content that you can just watch, right?
I guess, but like even that, I had that on CD-ROM.
Okay.
But like, if you're like, I'm going back to Final Fantasy 13 because that was the biggest thing back then. I don't know how many discs that was, but your Final Fantasy 7 is probably the same length, if not maybe longer.
Yeah, that one was multiple discs.
Right? I know Final Fantasy 8 was at least 3 to 5 discs.
3 to 5. Right.
So, what would you think? Like, if they had to remaster Final Fantasy 8 in a single Blu-ray, would they do it? No, it would still be 5 Blu-rays because they would upscale the resolution like crazy. You wouldn't have more game. You would just have more graphics. Yeah.
I see what
Which,
you mean.
to be fair, it's a good metric. Like, good graphics, good game. But, like, not necessarily. But, it helps sell the game. And it helps you enjoy the game. Like, no one wants to play an ugly game.
No, yeah, it helps with the like back in the day, because the way the graphics look now, like this, or the way Skyrim looks, is the way I pictured in my head those older games I played back in the day.
Right.
Looking like I remember even the Bard's Tale. I know it's kind of weird to think that, but when you look at it, it looks like shit. It's just really bad graphics, first person. I thought it was the shit. I mean, I saw the buildings. Because I didn't know any better. I didn't know anything else. None of us did. I thought that's like really real, like a virtual thing, like the sky, the rudimentary cartoon clouds. I was just never seen anything like that. And then as the years went by and things got better, you move on to Ultima Underworld as a first person, Might and Magic, and then Ultima Underworld and stuff like that. And Daggerfall, the graphics, and then you go back and then you see the game for what it truly was. It's shit graphics, but I can still play it.
But you can still play it because you still like. I think that's why I can play Diablo 1 and still enjoy it, because I was there when it started, and I can.
Me too. I still love it, but for me, it's just Diablo 2.
It kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. I kind of wish that I had started like Ultima 4 when that came out, because I probably wouldn't have the expectations of like, because I wouldn't know any better, because there wasn't any better at the time, that sort of thing.
Okay.
But like to go almost like a parallel of what you were saying, for me, Halo is a series that I keep a distance, but like it's still very close to my heart, because it's a descendant of
I played the
Marathon.
First Halo. Oh, really? Okay. I played a little bit of the first Halo and Gears of War.
Okay. But back when, before games were really in 3D, right? You like in shooters, you had Doom, which was really popular. You had
Wolfenstein before that.
Castle Wolfenstein, stuff like that. So in the era of Castle Wolfenstein and Doom, I was playing Marathon, which had very similar graphics.
Oh, really? Okay.
Very similar graphics, like sprites in 3D space.
Yeah.
But if you look at it, and you look at Halo, by the same developer, it's
Bungie,
essentially it's by Bungie, yeah.
Okay.
Before Bungie got bought by Microsoft, which now are bought by Sony.
Oh, okay.
But it's one of those things where Master Chief character, to me, looks like the character that I was playing in Marathon.
Oh, wow.
It's just in higher res, and he looks cooler, and he sounds cooler, and stuff like that. So, all these things, for me, was what you were saying earlier. It's like you can imagine it, and then you see it for real, and you go back and say, yeah, that was crap, but I still had fun with it. So it's like that.
Although it's different though, like when they do upscale it. Like I said, I look at the original Daggerfall, it does look like crap. But for me, when I look at Unity and with some of the mods that they have that enhance the sky and add the terrain textures and more grass and flowers and stuff like that, it looks pretty good. It doesn't look Skyrim good, but I can't even say if it looks. I don't even think it looks. I can't really see if it looks like Morrowind good, better or worse. It's just
it looks clean. Yeah, it's one of those things where I would argue that it looks cleaner. Because the pixels are sharper, the resolution's better, and there's more like details that are being drawn. Maybe because back then you just couldn't fit it on the disc or just the CPU, because everything back then was rendered by the CPU. So it's one of those things where, I mean, Daggerfall in itself, like I don't mind the original graphics of it. So it's
I don't
just
mind either, but I'd rather.
Oh yeah, especially nowadays, it's like, why not upscale it a bit just to enjoy it even more? And if you could make it look like Skyrim, Godspeed, like do it.
Oh God, yeah. Well, in Skyrim they have a Daggerfall mod where you go to Daggerfall. It's basically the Daggerfall game in Skyrim, and you go to it, and I'm pretty sure they advanced it even more because at the time it was just the main story that was able to be completed. So now I'm pretty sure they added, at this point, maybe factions and stuff like that. You can go ahead and take a look at that in the Nexus mod to see.
I'll take a look because I'm slightly curious. But I'm convinced like I have a preconceived notion that it's still not the same game.
It is not. Because I've played it,
Right. Okay.
And but it's at the same time it's not Skyrim at all. Like I would think like, oh yeah, now I create a mage and I can shoot it off and shoot my spells like fireball and stuff like that. It's somehow they did something where it adheres to a lot of the rules of Daggerfall. Honestly, that's the best I can explain it. They did something, so it follows the rules of Daggerfall. Very strange how they did it, but it works. It worked. Good old Todd Howard for coming up with that quote. It just worked.
It just works.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, the irony, and I think why people are making fun of him is that it's not necessarily it works, yes, but he's not the one that makes it work. It's all the community and the fans that are making it work.
Oh yeah, I know. But I feel they're hating on him unnecessarily and to a brutal degree, like psychotic almost.
Well, you got to understand the timing of it too, right? Because the game came out, and I'm talking about like Fallout 76. Yeah. It was almost unplayable based on what was being showcased.
Yeah.
And when you could play it, it was subpar based on what was showcased. At the same time, they released Elder Scrolls Blades.
Oh, fun game, by the way. I'm playing it on my phone.
Which I when it came out, I enjoyed it, but it was still one of those things where, like, I don't really game on my phone, but I experimented with it, and I was like, this is
pretty good, right?
It's not like a well, I would have to try it again to see like what they've done with it.
I'm like level 7 or 8.
But it's one of those things where it's like they sold it as like the Elder Scrolls experience on their front. It's not, but it still does justice to the touch controls.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with it. But you got to understand that in that era where Fallout 76 was broken, and then they released a game that was very much like a microtransaction, mobile game. No one was really a fan of that.
No.
So.
But it's almost like
they kind of piss on him because like he was releasing stuff that people didn't want.
It's much better now, and it feels like they're still continuing to hate him to that same degree of when it first came out, because now they're like embarrassed to retract some of that hatred, so they continue to hate him with the same amount of vigor or whatever.
Well, okay, so I'll give you like the closest example that I can like relate to personally. I have a history of hating Windows.
Oh.
Like the operating system.
Oh.
For me, Windows was a Mac OS wannabe that was convoluted, that was... it's still technically a mess, but it's gotten better over the years, right? And the only reason why I can say it's gotten better over the years is because I live in a world where playing or running Windows is inevitable. I'm kind of have to, like, had I had a choice, I probably wouldn't have touched Windows after 3.1 or 95.
Oh wow!
Because to me, it's it's not a good experience.
You can resize the windows, right? You can open up multiple windows and resize it. Was that?
Yeah, but I was able. Yeah, but it was one of those things where it didn't matter because everything that I could try to do on a Windows machine, I was able to do on my Mac, way faster, way better, way more stable. And everybody at that time only cared about like the processing power of the computer, but they didn't really care about how the operating system was running. Anyways, I hated Windows. And the only way that I could like shed that hatred away was seeing it evolve and grow by being forced to experience Windows.
Oh, hey, okay.
Because my work involves running Windows. For the most part, playing video games for the most part involves running Windows. So
okay.
If you're playing so if you try Fallout 76 and you hate it because it's broken or whatever, So you say, well, I'm going to uninstall it. I'm not going to bother with it. So you chuck it in, say, the garbage, for example, because you really hate it.
Okay.
You don't necessarily have the exposure of it anymore, so you can't know that it's gotten better.
Yes. Yeah.
So, of course, like if I had the same experience with like Windows, I would still say like, oh, Windows is garbage, because I wouldn't have that experience of learning that it got better. And the only way that I could learn that it got better is that some other guy, who could be someone who has no taste, that says, oh, trust me, it's better now. And it's like, no. So I kind of understand why some people can stay angry, especially coming from like a big studio that was known to make like quality content. But it's like, yeah, I mean, at some time, like, I've never played Fallout 76. I can't say that it's garbage. I don't know. It could be like amazing. I don't know either. I'm very like, I try to stay.
Not as good as 4, but I mean, it's still very fun and quite good.
Okay, it's great. In fact, it's multiplayer is probably like the best part, I'm assuming.
All of it. I play by myself, and then with my brother. I played with another friend and my brother. So it's very cool.
So first impression is very important, and sometimes that's all you're ever going to get.
Yeah,
right?
And
like, that's...
let's take Cyberpunk, for example. Have you played a little bit of that one? The Cyberpunk 2077?
No.
I have that.
Not out of a hatred. Not out of a hatred. It's just one of those things where that was not part of my regime. I'm not like open to playing that type of game yet, because I'm busy and stuff like that. And I figured I got other stuff, and cyber like stuff, like not Cyberpunk the game, but Cyberpunk the aesthetic is not so much like a modern aesthetic that it doesn't appeal to me too much. So I'm more of a fantasy type of guy.
Me too.
So there's multiple factors that says no, I haven't played Cyberpunk.
I have a first impression video of it when it was still pretty early in the stage, and not super early, but still it still was riddled with bugs. I got past that. I kind of it would lock up and I would have to reload. I would just reload it and it would be okay. And I did see the glitches. I did see clipping and flickering, some issues, but I still kind of try to look past that and try to understand that that went into it knowing that there's problems. And I was just a little sad to see them, but again, not like the people where they got super mad and trashed it and they make a video about it and hate it. You can even watch my first impression video of it, and I just kind of talk about it. And I think it helps that the way I play is the way I do play, which how I play, right? I talk with the NPCs. I immerse myself into the world. So I that's why it gets kind of important to me to not have game-breaking bugs when I play, and can take
exactly.
I hide in my imagination to look past that. I take it back to the days of the Bard's Tale, Ultima, and the days of the crap graphics, where I had to utilize a lot more of my imagination to fill in the gaps that made the game not look like reality. And I'm using it less and less with the current games that I'm playing, because the graphics are getting better. Because take a look at Skyrim, take a look at this. I'm still using some of my imagination, but not as much as when it was back in the day, where I had to utilize more of it.
But
that's why.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few things here. I understand what you're saying, but it's hard. But the first thing I would want to address is that it's hard to role play a situation that is glitching out in front of you.
Oh yeah.
If you have to reload a save game because your car blew up randomly, right? And so there's that, but there's also the idea that they were sold on this concept of, because games do that now. It's like, look at the graphics, look at the graphics, look at the graphics. Yeah. So sure, I'm buying the game for the graphics, but now the graphics aren't working because it's glitching out. So what am I supposed to really get out of it? So I kind of understand where both people are coming from on that front. So I'm not here to. I feel like some of them are extremists, where it's like, sending death threats to the company, that's that's a big no-no. Insulting those who might enjoy the game, like say for example you enjoy the game, and let's say for example that I don't enjoy it, like I really hate it. It's like there's no reason for me to insult you and say, well, you suck or your choices suck. It's like there's no like that's extremist, but like the rest, I feel like a lot of the anger is justified. Now they don't have necessarily an outlet or a justification to change that opinion, because one, they've already got burnt once. They don't necessarily want to get burnt again. Yeah. And there's so many other games to play too. So I don't think that they probably need another chance for that game. But at the same time, there's no time to give other games another chance. For a lot of cases.
I jump. That's why I like to have that. Remember how you were wondering, like, how can I juggle so many games, so many different characters at once? Is part of the reason is for that. So I have a variety. I have a lot more choices to pick from, and like sometimes, if a game or a character I'm playing is growing a little stale, then maybe I'll switch up and play. It would still be the same game, but I'm playing now as an assassin rogue, because the gameplay is different. I play it differently. Then maybe I'll switch to my bard. When things go stale, so I switch it up to always keep it changing, and sometimes go back to something like Pac-Man or Brogue or Diablo to change things up. Yeah. And same thing when Cyberpunk was glitching, that's fine. I got to the point where, to a certain point of it, pretty far, I suppose, and then just switch to a different game until they fix more, and then go back to it. This was what I'm doing to.
But that's the difference, though. You went back to it.
Oh yeah.
So for someone who's like, you play this game and it's left you like such a sour taste in your mouth, right? You would say, well, you know what? I'm going to put it aside. I'm going to play this other game because I have other games. I have other choices. Yeah. But now it's like, by the time the first game got fixed, well, there's another game coming out. There's another game coming out. There's another game. So it's like,
see. That's hard. The thinking of the people now is they're always going and try to play the newest and biggest, brightest, best graphics titles as out there. Trying to get everything new. To me, look, we still, and you can understand this. I mean, we still play old games. We will still go back and play like Diablo or something like a Bard's Tale or whatever had that sentimental value.
But it worked when I installed it, though.
That is true, but what I guess what I'm trying to say is that we're not like today's people where they're I don't know what's the word for it, but where they're I guess maybe their attention span is like they'll move on to the next new one and forget about the old, and then move on to the next and the next and the next. We go back. It's not just variety, but it's still going back to the old stuff. I'm sure those people have the old stuff that worked properly for them that they can still go back to, but they don't, because they want to maybe go to like keep upgrading to the newest game there is, and I don't know why.
True, but like, okay, so let me put it this way. And do you not think that the reason why we're going to older games is because of the state of the newer ones?
Not necessarily so. I mean, take a look at a little bit of that, like you said, but it's also because it's maybe like with you, Cyberpunk, you have no interest in that because it's not your genre. So a lot of it is also that too. It's like the newer games, like you said, with Unreal.
Yeah.
It's not my thing, so I have no interest in that. But look at Baldur's Gate 3. That's a new thing, and it's still in early access. So I gravitate towards that, and I'll play that and hope that it comes out. But every new game and a shooter, I'm not just gonna keep jumping on it. I have a particular kind of games that I like, and I'll play them. I'll do first impression videos of some, certain ones to give it a try. But sometimes with those first impression videos, they just stay at that, and then I'll go back to some of the games that I love, like, and RPGs aren't just the only thing. Look, I love Tempest, Pac-Man, Brogue, Aztec, Diamond Mines. I'm trying to think of what else.
Yep.
Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. Come on now.
Yep.
A game I wish I could get by iHook Games that is no longer available, called Cursed Loot formerly known as Epic Dungeon, and then when they added kind of like their expansion, it's a roguelike for the console on Xbox, and was available on the phone for a while, but now it's completely out of print. You cannot find it anywhere, and that sucks. Go ahead and look up Cursed Loot by iHook Games. It's a pretty fun roguelike. It's shit graphics, but very fun game. When you see
it's the roguelike, so it's kind of part of the course.
It's fun, and when you die, you die. And the interesting thing about that is whatever level, there's like 100 levels. Say you die on level 12, on floor 12 or floor 20. When you die and you start as a fresh character, when you get down to that same level, somewhere on that level would be your grave of the previous character, and you could click it and retrieve some of your gear. You know what I mean? Or I think maybe even all of it. You know, so I thought that was a really fun feature. But the graphics are shit. I'm talking Zelda shit. You know, the first Zelda on Nintendo, that kind of shit graphics. You know, Gauntlet on the arcade. You know, back in the 80s.
Yeah.
That type of graphics, just pure shit.
Atari 2600
Atari
style. Yeah.
I will play Atari. You know, Atari Adventure. I love that game. And your character is just a little square.
I was on PC at that point, so I really didn't like my experiences with Zelda was through my cousins. Because I was basically
on the Atari, mind you. I started when it was on PC, or rather, built into those plug-and-play joysticks that you could buy back in the day.
Yep.
Yeah, my first foray into that was that, and I loved it. But as you were saying, your cousins.
No, I was just saying, like, for me, I was mainly PC, so I kind of skipped the whole Atari thing. And even, like, Nintendo, Super Nintendo, I kind of glossed over because it was only something that I could play once in a while on rare occasions because
you didn't own it.
I didn't have access to one. And then, I was mainly PC all up until 2013, and this is when I got my first console, which was the 3DS that I mentioned earlier. And then I have a Switch now, so it's like I haven't fully converted, but it's like one of the things where it's like there's a lot of games on the like Zelda Breath of the Wild, which is fantastic. There's
Breath of the Wild, okay, not to be confused with Breath of Fire. That was
no, it's not the same.
Breath of Fire 3. I played that
but it's I found I found my way to broaden my horizon outside of PC gaming because I thought PC gaming was getting, I wouldn't say stale, but it got very console-esque.
Oh, yeah. Mm.
Like you mentioned The Witcher, and it's one of those games. That game is designed for console. Skyrim. A lot of people complained that the Oblivion was also designed for console, but it still kind of ran like a PC game for me, at the very least.
I guess that's why they kind of tried to streamline it a little bit more for console with Skyrim. You see how the menu looks like, or when you pull up the inventory, when you pull up items and miscellaneous, how it looks, how it's like, I don't know, like a list kind of thing. Yeah.
So, I mean, a list for when you have a system that is like you carry a lot of items, a list makes the most amount of sense. So I'm not going to criticize the Elder Scrolls for having a list. I'm more of an icon type of guy. But then you could... Yeah, but then you look at like freaking Morrowind, and I'd rather have a list.
I know what you mean. Yeah, those little icons, and sometimes you're trying to make it. You have like 20 different potions. Like which is the cheap, which is the and you got to mouse over it.
Yeah, the hang on, I kind of lost my train of thought here.
Oh shit. Sorry.
No worries. I'm getting distracted at the same time.
Yeah, and I'm getting distracted by just looking at the graphics. Go on.
Just looking at the graphics?
Yeah, I'm not even fighting.
So instead of fighting it, I decided, because like I was saying, like PC gaming has become more and more console-like. So I decided, well, what happens if I just get a console?
Yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with
and
that.
because I enjoy the 3DS because it's a mobile. When the Switch came out, I was like, this is perfect because it's like I wasn't ready to commit to a TV. I don't own a TV. I'm in my apartment and I have no television.
Okay.
I don't watch TV. It's not part of my. And if I were to watch a movie, I would watch it through
streaming. Yeah.
my computer.
Yeah, I get that. Okay.
And so it was like I wasn't committed to like just getting a couch, getting a TV, getting like all of that stuff. So when the Switch came out, I was like, this is perfect. This is like the stepping stone because I can play it mobile and then without the TV, and then if I ever want to have a TV, then I have a TV.
Yeah.
And then if I want to have another console, then I can just get another console. So it was like kind of like my entry point. And
I got it. Yeah.
I got so satisfied with the console itself that I was able to enjoy games far more on that machine than a lot of recent games that I have on my PC.
Oh, interesting.
Like I rebought like Dark Souls. There's a there's a remastered Dark Souls on the Switch, and I bought it immediately because I already own it, but it plays so much better with the idea. Like you could plug a controller on the PC, I understand that, but for me, a computer like a PC, it needs a keyboard and mouse. So I want the keyboard and mouse experience, but when it's on a console, it's like my brain says, you know what? The dual stick controller with the buttons just should be fine because I have no choice.
Yeah.
And it plays a lot better. And the prompts on the controller, like also press X to go up the ladder or whatever the button is.
Yeah.
You know, that makes more sense now than me trying to like do gymnastics in my mind saying, what does X mean on the keyboard? Because it's not X.
Right.
Because I don't know if you've ever had that problem where it's like, there's a prompt that tells you to press a button, and it's not the button that it tells you to press.
I've played Tomb Raider, Shadow of the Tomb Raider, I think it's called, the latest one. Shadow of the Tomb Raider.
Oh, the sequel of the remake?
Yeah.
Or the reboot?
I think it's
there's
a new one, right? And so that's like pretty much designed for console, but I didn't have any problems. I'm doing all the gymnastics and jumping and gripping. And I'm okay with that, using the WASD and the mouse at the same time and holding the right to aim. And so I was still okay with that.
Well, some games are still okay with it.
Oh, okay.
Like, I don't mind...
Witcher, I've played.
Witcher, I can't. I can... Controller, maybe, but like keyboard and mouse, I can't do it.
I did it with keyboard and mouse, and I can still control it just fine and fight. For me, it's not the issue of keyboard and mouse. It is just the way the game is, and you can see to that because my friend, a very dear friend, Dagon, he plays it on his PlayStation, and he plays it with controller. And the same issue as when I had it when I have it on PC. I do have it on PC, and he's stuck in that pose when he's like a battle position. You're trying to run away. He just doesn't run away. He starts shifting backwards and shuffling backwards, and
right.
in the combat it's kind of reduced to just almost borderline button mashing, but not completely, but almost borderline like that. And you know you'll come out victoriously. It's like when there's especially multiple enemies to fight, he'll jump from one character to the next. It's somewhat like intuitive, but not at the same time. It's much like kind of like Batman Arkham Asylum or Arkham Knights, you know, that game, how they make it flow.
It's a brawler.
Yeah, from a brawler thing. So that's what the combat was like, yet the menus were all like a traditional RPG where, you know, I think it was all done with the icons actually, much like Morrowind. Oh shit, idle warning. Okay, I'll move around. And but yeah. So it's for some reason though it's a bit easier to navigate the Witcher menu than it is the Morrowind, even though they're kind of similar. I don't know why. Maybe just because the icons are sharper.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know. I haven't played Witcher too much. I've played enough to understand that the writing and the storytelling is fantastic. But other than that, it's one of those things where I have issues with just the concept that, for me, mouse and keyboard is the mouse is made to point and to click on things. And with some exceptions, like a shooter, but even a shooter, for example, you're still pointing at the thing that you want to kill, and then you click on it to shoot.
Well, see, with Fallout 4, they made it more like, whereas with New Vegas and Fallout 3, it was more of your skill, much like Morrowind and Daggerfall, right? It's off-camera dice roll. You can, I've done it where I'm aiming at the guy when I'm playing New Vegas, even with 3, and shoot, miss, hit, miss, and it's like I have it right in my sights, you know? So they still do
right.
That. With
so
4, they change it up so it's more like a shooter, so you can, and sometimes when I play it like a shooter, I'm still perfectly fine with mouse and keyboard. And aiming with the mouse gun, holding down the right to hold up the scope, to zoom in with the sniper rifle, and you push the left to shoot, and I get him.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that when the game doesn't do that with mouse and keyboard, then it kind of frustrates me, because it's like I specifically bought the game for PC, so I'm kind of expecting the PC experience, not playing. Like a lot of people will say, well, you know, playing Dark Souls, for example, sucks with mouse and keyboard. You should buy a controller for it, and it's like, well, no, I bought the thing on PC. Let me play it on PC.
Exactly.
Right. So, and you cannot do that. I mean, I love the series, but you can force yourself to play with a mouse and keyboard, but it's such an ordeal just to get it across. And
it's such a ordeal? What did you say?
An ordeal.
Oh, an ordeal. Okay.
Yeah. So it's like, I've played with both, and I'm like stubborn, where it's like I want to play mouse and keyboard, but it's so much easier with a joystick or like a controller that it's you're.
Oh, go on.
Say what?
No,
go ahead.
Which one got remastered?
The original Dark Souls. Yeah.
I wonder if that's fairly cheap now on Steam or wherever on PC. I may look into that and get it and give it a try.
Prepare to get your butt whipped, but sure.
Okay.
Like I'm a masochist sometimes like that, where it's like I enjoy pain.
Okay.
So long as it's like not, because it is a people say it's difficult. It's got its challenges.
I like challenge. I play Fallout on I play Skyrim on survival. I play Fallout on the one just below survival, only because I don't like to. The only way I can save is sleeping on a bed, and that's the only reason. But when you play it on the one on very hard, the step below survival, super hard too. But I do.
I don't have much of a point of reference, but it is. It's one of those games where you're expected to die a lot.
Oh yeah, I think that's a
and Prepare to Die edition was the first version that I bought in Dark Souls. But like, it's one of those things where it's relatively forgiving, because if you got to a point where you died, that means you can already get there in the first place, so you can just go back.
Oh.
If you got there on a fluke, though, because you got lucky, then maybe you would have a problem.
Problems, yeah.
But other than that, it's one of those things where it's a rewarding experience, but it's still a very like difficult. I'm trying to find another game where it's. I don't want to say it's difficult because it's hard, but it's because it's at the end of the day, the game is not that hard. You level up your character. You level up the character so that it's strong enough to wear the equipment so you can kill the boss. But there is like a player reflex reactive aspect to it, that like motor skills that is somewhat demanding.
Okay, I see.
And the learning process, because each boss is essentially different, or each character or enemy in the world is very different. So you kind of have to like learn as you die to figure out how to deal with it. So it's like, it's it's a very straightforward way of playing, but it is like designed to kick your ass.
I can't remember from what I've seen from your Let's Play of it, but were you able to create a character, gender, your class, or do you have to? Is it like Witcher, where you have to play as that guy? You know?
There is no. It's one of those games where there's no real there's a story, but it's so not in the way. So when you create a character, yeah, you can create your. There's not much in terms of customization where it's you select the nose, you select the hair. There is a few options, but yeah, you can create male, female. You can put your name in.
Okay.
You can select a class.
Oh hey.
But the class
class.
is, the class is more like I was gonna say blueprint, but it's more like a starting point.
The repairs are almost complete.
Oh. Okay.
So you're not locked into a specific role or a specific thing. So if you start with a mage, you could eventually say, you know what, I'm just gonna wear heavy equipment and start stacking your strength points and just become a knight. It doesn't matter at that point.
Again, much kind of similar to like a dungeon siege in a way, certain extent. What you use and however way you build them. Although you said here you put your points, but in
you invest
how you
as you gain currency in that game. Currency is not only, and I use the word currency because it's not only your money, but it's also how you level up. It's your experience points.
Yeah.
So as you're investing money to buy arrows, for example, or weapons, well, that's technically experience points that you could have used to level up. So there's a trade-off going on there. So as you level up, the monsters don't level up with you. It's like static scale. There's nothing that's very static, very Morrowind, I guess, in that front. But you have to commit to, I'm putting points in strength, and that's how it's going to be now. And then you just roll with it. I mean, you just watch my streams or watch the other YouTube videos to get a feel of it. It's one of those things that is not. Don't go in with the faint of heart.
Okay.
I do recommend you at least try it at least once because it is an experience.
Yeah, since I've never played it, and I'm kind of curious to see the price of that. So I'm going on Steam.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a new one coming out that I'm intending on playing. I just don't know when I'm gonna have the time.
Shit, is it called Dark Souls Remastered?
Dark Souls Remastered is the one that should be already out.
Okay, which is the one that you're referring to then? Should I start with Remastered?
The repairs are almost complete.
It's the first one, right?
The first one, yeah. Dark Souls Remastered is the remastered version of the first one. Now, if you want to go...
It's still expensive.
Yeah, because it's relatively new, because it's remastered. So, I'm trying to see if... Because I own the original. Because the remastered, I bought it on my Switch.
Oh,
Where is the original?
It's not super new. It came out 2018.
Dark Souls 1?
Dark Souls Remastered.
Oh no, the remastered. Yeah, the remastered is. How much is Prepare to Die edition?
I think I'd rather get the remastered. So the graphics look...
Most likely... Well, the graphics don't necessarily... What I saw from Remastered was not so much the graphics, but it was more ease of use in terms of the gameplay and stuff like that. They made some improvements in it.
You can't get the Prepare to Die anymore because I think I remember something like that. Once the Remastered came out, they
locked it down?
The Prepare, yeah.
For good reason, I guess.
Yeah. Well, let me check G2A to see. Oh, what the? Okay.
But yeah, the original Dark Souls, you might want to mod it just to if you're playing on PC.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Mod it, eh?
You mod it for like, well, it depends. Like, do you normally play on a controller? Because that's fine.
I would play with mouse and keyboard.
You need a mouse fix.
Or do I? Okay.
For the
even
yeah.
for that remastered.
Oh no, remastered you should be fine.
Okay.
But if you were to play the original iteration, like I remember, like you mentioned that I have videos on my YouTube.
Yeah.
And those were like, I think what's on the YouTube was the original Prepare and Die edition. And in order to play that, I had to use a mod because the mouse was not tracking that well.
Oh, okay.
But if you're playing a remastered, then you shouldn't have a problem. Those are the type of fixes that the remastered version does.
Okay, yeah, the cheapest I saw is like $26. But I might get it now. I'll wait to see if it.
No worries. Like it's one of those things where it's one of those things that, because it might not be your cup of tea either. So it's really hard for me. Like even if I were to love it, and I like the series. I love those games, but it's very hard for me to recommend it to other people because it is
torturous. Yeah.
Very, very challenging.
Right.
Even sometimes without monsters, the way that the levels are designed.
Oh, yeah, maybe just fall off something or traps or something.
Traps, anything. Mimics will give you like nightmares.
Oh, jeez.
So, yeah, there are mimics in the Souls games.
Get out of this here. Let me see if maybe I'll switch to something. Although I haven't haven't eaten dinner.
I'm about to go to bed actually on my end.
I have to go. Yeah, I think I might have to go too. You know how long we've been this hangout is amazingly like 4 hours and 45 minutes long.
Yeah, I mean I can't stream without having more than a few hours, so.
Oh wow! Yeah. I think
so like when I stream, it's like 4-hour streams or something like that.
Wow!
And I figured we haven't done that a lot in a long time, so I figured I'll stay in and chat. So
stuff. It's just because I'm getting kind of hungry now. You know what I mean?
No worries. I mean I'm getting sleepy, so I'm going straight to bed. Yeah.
Okay, my friend. Yeah, this was great. You know, as always. You know, speaking with you, hanging out with you, gaming with you. So, you know, whenever. You know, you get a free time and sometime in the future, whenever that may be, just let me know on Discord. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then
I'm still trying to figure out the timing stuff because lately, like I told you, like I've been playing at Lost Ark for about a week, but that was like one of those like rare occasions where I actually put my projects on the side to be able to like squeeze in that time. So I'm trying to like put my projects back into the burner, I guess, or like the flow of things. So I'm still trying to juggle all that stuff. But like, yeah, if I have some times, you should probably see me anyways on Lost Ark once in a while. Anyways.
Yeah, hell yeah. Okay.
Maybe it'll catch up to me. I don't know, but like at that point, we'll figure something out.
Okay. Well, hold on. We'll still talk for like another minute before we go, but I'm actually gonna end the stream.
Okay.
So let me go ahead and end it. But where's this at? Okay, I think. Let me see if it.
I'm going straight to bed. Yeah.
Okay, my friend. Okay. Yeah, this was great. You know, as always.